Kai. Why is Kai never around at times like this? I want to ruffle his hair up as hard as I can.
まさか教頭先生また教頭先生の嫌がらせなの？
おい、落ち着けよ。なわけないだろ。
だってこんなの。
I thought we had finally gotten past our funding woes.
こんな理不尽なのあんまりだよ。せっかく介護頑張ってくれたのに。
まあ、こればっかりはな。諦めろ。俺じゃどうにもできん。
じゃあミッチ100万円貸して。来年部費で返す。
瀬宮妹、いいこと教えてやるぞ。先生だ。貯金はゼロだ。
引っ張るな。
Can't we ever get a clean win? Where's Frau Kojiro? I come all the way out to the hangar at the old airport and click my tongue lightly. I can't use the winnings, so unfair. I can't pay Doc back, which means all that's left is death. You are far too brave to not pay Doc. Played 5 minutes, 1-0. Where did you go? No club? Don't tell me I'm just another naive dude believing the words of a pretty girl. I've been matched up with Tokyo girls in online matches, but that's it. Is it normal to make plans and then ditch? I guess I'll just play Kill Ballad and wait. Keep my expectations low. But then I think I hear something. Is it Geiji Ni again? It's a bit too crude of a sound to be her. Sounds like a car horn. But at the time and place like this, are they calling for me? I decide to go and check out the situation. The old airport parking lot. There's an abandoned hotel in between it and the road out front. K480KO388X. Subaru Zanber, registered by Mitsuhiko Nagafukada. Registration expires July 2019. Thunder Emperor. Tanegashima Airport Hotel, closed. Private property, no trespassing. They relocated when the airport closed down. It's gone unused ever since. I recognize the light truck parked there. Thunder Emperor is just a nickname. That's the name of the owner. The name the owner of the car gave it. I recognize the man in the driver's seat. For some reason, he finds fault in me wearing my school uniform.
教頭め絶対にロボワンの時の当てつけだよな。
Moving. Well, I have a pretty good idea of who's doing the moving. Looks like I've been tricked.
いいか、ヤシオ、覚えとけ。長いものには巻かれろだ。
As Michi gets out of the car, he says something entirely unbecoming of an educator.
学生の頃はまだ生きがっててもいいがな。社会に出たら偉いものに媚びへつらう。それでこそ円滑な仕事関係が築けるってもんだ。これは豆知識じゃねえぞ。処世術だ。わかるな？
わかるけど、仮にも教師がそういうこと言う？
先生は本音で語る教師なんだ。だから尊敬してもいいんだぞ。
Not happening. I ignore Michi and look around. As expected, there's no sign of Frau Kojiro.
で、お前は古氷とはどこで知り合ったんだ？
古氷？
Who the heck is that? I feel like I've seen that name before, but where?
まさかこの前東京に行った時か。お前って意外とたらしなんだな。
For some reason, Michi is grinning at me. What a pain. Maybe I should bail before it's too late.
俺は古氷なんて人は知らないから帰るよ。
やべえ。
I hear what sounds like a girl shrieking nearby. After what happened at Uchugaoka Park yesterday, I reflexively raised my guard. The voice came from Thunder Emperor's truck bed. There are multiple large boxes stacked up on top of it. I cautiously peek inside. It's there that I find Frau Kojiro, sprawled out between the boxes, a sickly expression on her face.
何してんの？
手伝いもせずに帰るとか、もうやだこの島、絶対に許さない。
何してるかって聞いてるんだけどね。
そこのガチムチ教師の運転が荒すぎて、コーラ吹いた。軽く死ぬよ。
As usual, the way she uses her words is confusing as hell. Is this fashionable in Tokyo or something? I don't remember hearing anyone talk like her when I was there.
PC が大事だから抱えて荷台に乗るとか言い出してな。西の表の港からここまでずっとゴロゴロ転がってたんだよ。でもな、ヤシオならわかるだろ。先生は至って安全運転だったぜ。
ミッチーは法定速度は守るけど運転荒いからね。
If you sit in the passenger seat, it's manageable, but the back, she must have gotten whipped around. No wonder she's sick.
でさ、君って本名なんていうの？
コウジロフラウ、17歳。キリッ。
I suppose I can just find out by looking at her tag.
ちなみに先月17になったばっかりなんです。ついに私も永遠の17歳ですぞ。
こいつは古氷コナだ。アホっぽい名前だから先生はすぐ覚えたぞ。
Kona Furu Goori. Then I guess Frau Kojiro is her pen name.
誰がドキュンネームだしね。
DQN, internet slang, read as DoQN, an antisocial person, lacks common sense.
はいはい、わかった。これじゃ話進まないからさ、とりあえず荷台から降りてよ、コナンちゃん。
その名前で呼ぶとか嫌がらせすぐる。
After pulling Frau out of the truck bed, it seems she can barely stand. Frau Kojiro, age 17, Central Tanegashima High Information Processing Course, Year 2, Class 1. For more detailed profile, please send a request for approval.
テラキモス
Terra nasty. Internet slang. Nasty as in disgustingly filthy. By adding terra as a prefix, it becomes extremely disgustingly filthy. She certainly looks ill. She's been hanging her head the whole time, too. She's not even trying to make eye contact.
今さら気づいたけど、うちの高校の制服着てるね。なんで？
うちの学校に転校してきたからに決まってるだろ。これは豆知識でもなんでもねえぞ、ヤシオ。
転校？
Is that why she moved here? But why don't I see her parents anywhere?
それでどこに引っ越すわけ？
ここに決まってるでしょ上皇
She points to the abandoned hotel in front of us.
ここ廃墟なんだけど。
買い取りました
誰が？
それは私です
お金は？
昼バラで稼いだからうん千万あったんでそれほとんどつぎ込んだし
KB only cost $115, but even at that price, with tens of millions of downloads, she must have made a ton. She's like night and day compared to Akihou and her complaints over 10,000 yen parts. She seriously bought this whole place and plans to live here? What in the world is she thinking?
おい、ヤシオ、そろそろ始めるぞ。
Get started on what? I have a bad feeling about
先
this.
生は忙しいんだ。とっとと荷物運び終わらせて、とっとと帰る。これ、豆知識な。
I knew this had to do with helping her move. Come on, give me a break. I got called out here just to do this. I can probably still escape.
俺、用事を思い出したから帰らせてもらうわ。
But Frau grabs the cuff of my shirt. She's still avoiding eye contact. All she does is look at the cuff of my shirt with a sickly expression on her face. Damn it, she's not going to let me escape. Fine, we'll do this the hard
ど
way.
うしても俺に頼みたいって言うなら。
I brush Frau's hand away and look her in the eyes. Our eyes met for a moment and Frau immediately averts her gaze. I slowly pull my phone droid out of the bag at my waist.
俺と勝負して勝ってからに。
プログラム提供してあげた件について
な、
借りは返すべきでしょ上皇見返りなしで助けてあげるほど綺麗なラウタンではないのだぜデュー
I can't argue with that. I put my phone droid away.
これでラスト。
I put the box on the floor and raised both fists into the air. In the end, I made over 10 trips. Her stuff was way too heavy. I can barely move my arms at this point. What on earth did she pack? Not only that, but she made the absurd request that we carry them to the corner room on the 3rd floor. The elevator doesn't work, and the halls are filled with trash, making it hard to walk. Is this some kind of harassment?
いい汗かいたな。これぞ青春ってやつかもな。とっておきの言葉を教えてやるぞ、ヤシオ、フルゴーリ。汗をかいた分だけ人は優しくなれるんだ。
ああ、そう。
I don't have the mental strength to listen to him. I'm doing all I can to catch my breath and avoid an attack. I don't want to put a burden on my body. Plus, Akihou isn't here right now. I just squat down in place and breathe. I hear a voice from somewhere. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen Frau in a while. Where is she? I look around the room. My eyes eventually stop on her holding her knees, balled up in the corner of the room. She kinda looks like some sort of ghost bound to the hotel or something.
トンクスって何？
トン
Frau mutters and lightly punches the wall.
イラカメ
Wall punch, internet slang, short for I was annoyed and punched the wall, particularly used when one feels envious of someone else. This is not meant to be taken literally. The nuance is that one feels envious enough that they would want to punch a wall. Well, punching walls is a thing people do when angry too, so. The reason I don't get anything is because Frau uses too much net slang from 10 years ago. I helped her out, didn't I? Why is she snapping back at me? Just for the record, the walls and the floor of the room are crazy run down. This really does look like a room in an abandoned building. If I wasn't so worried about having an attack, I would never want to sit down on the floor.
コナちゃんさ、こんなところに住むつもり？
そのつもりですが何か
She's
明
serious.
日改装業者入れる予定あとセキュリティ最優先事項何しろ私の PC 超絶スーパーハイスペックなわけではいじゃなくてはいなここ重要あとキルバラのオリジナルのソースコードとか入ってるしついでに言うと私がこれまでに集めまくった腐った画像とか軽く1テラ超えてるっつうかっていう
Rotten. I can't tell if that's a good or a bad thing. I'm so confused.
これパクられたらどうやって生きていけと申すか
知らないよ。なんで一人で切れてるんだよ。
というわけでやられる前にやれぬ法則絶対に誰も突破できないようなトラップだらけのセキュリティシステムにして引きこもるつまり自宅警備員こそ最強
Neat. Internet slang. Made up expression that stands for not in education, employment, or training. It is used to signify those who stay home all day and don't work.
でもさ、こんな広いところに一人で住むわけ？だったらハイホテルじゃなくて普通の家でよかったんじゃ？
だが断るこの廃墟な感じが燃えるんだろう上皇あとはジーパンに上半身裸のイケメン希望ねアンニョイな表情で鏡にパンチとかさせれば思考
I ignore whatever I don't understand.
親は？
少なくともパパは東京
What a strange way of phrasing that.
母親は？
Frau goes quiet, and I shoot Michi a questioning look instead. Of course, he doesn't take the hint. He's asleep. I was a fool for expecting anything from such a worthless teacher.
母親は？
I slightly rephrase the question and try again. Frau turns her gaze to the scenery outside of the window. I see the side of her face. She hasn't finished speaking, but just judging by her expression. Frau looks tremendously lonely. I brace myself to hear the rest of her answer. But all she does is smile at me.
読んでください。
頑張れる試作1号機をまともに動かすためのメモ何これ
僕なりにまとめてみた提案です。
4 days after joining the club, Subaru finally visited the club room by his own will. But as soon as he appeared, he gave me these notes. Most people don't hand out stuff like this on paper these days, so I'm a little
なん
surprised.
でそんなにムスッとしてるかなせっかく部室に来たんだからくつろいでいってくれていいのにあ、スコール飲む
こんなうさぎ小屋以下の環境でよく平然としていられますね。
Rabbit shed. Well, this place was a storage room once, so he's not that off.
案外人は環境に適応できる生き物なのさ。ガンツクワンを作るならハンガーもあるしね。物質の場所にはそんなにこだわらないかな。
そうですか。そういう考え方自体負け犬根性が染みついているということですね。惨めさ丸出しですよ。
He always has to say things in the meanest way possible.
僕は部長のぬるま湯に使ったようなやり方に付き合うつもりはありませんから。相手が先輩だろうと部長だろうとそんな立場は一切考慮しません。そのつもりで提案を見てください。
じゃあ会が来たら。
そう言ってもう30分近く経ってるんですが。
おかしいな。会って部活サボることはこれまでなかったんだよ。まあ部活のことはちっとも手伝ってくれないけど。
Seriously, where did he go? He vanished right after class yesterday, too. He's not answering my calls or messages. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I'm feeling weird about this. Maybe it's because we're always together. The look Subaru's giving me just screams, get on with it.
わかったよ。読むってば。でもメールでくれればよかったのに。
メールアドレス知りませんから。
聞いてくれれば教えたよ。
いちいち聞くのも面倒だ。
I resist the urge to tell him off while I look over the proposal. Let's see.
口頭でも説明します。
ああ、そうして。
Now I don't actually have to read it.
具体的に何が言いたいかというと、試作1号機の設計コンセプトの変更です。
変更って。
昨日部長が渡してくれた設計図を見せてもらいましたが、予想通り時代遅れの代物でした。
The way he puts it makes me really angry.
それは仕方ないよ。設計図が書かれたのは9年前なんだもん。
ええ、10年前に高校生が書いたにしては悪くない。それだけです。
10年前じゃなくて9年前。
10年前の巨大ロボットといえばただ立ってるだけ、またはせいぜい首が動くだけでよかった。お台場に立ってたガンバムみたいな。でも今は違います。ロボットブームだって騒がれてるぐらいなんですから。世界各国が国家プロジェクトとして大金をつぎ込んで巨大ロボットを作ってる、そういう時代です。こんな状況でロボ部は生意気にも万博に出展することを目論んでいる。そうですね。
もちろん。そして出るからには勝つ。ジャキーンあ、今鼻で笑った。
寝言は寝ていえという言葉を部長には送りますよ。
性格悪。
さっき言いましたよね。たとえ相手が先輩だろうと部長だろうとそんな立場は一切考慮しないと。さすがに国家プロジェクトで作っているロボットに勝つ方法なんてありません。予算の規模、関わってる人数、どちらも桁違いの差がありますから。巨大ロボット、例えばガンバムを本気で作る場合、どれだけのお金がかかるか知っていますか
1000万円くらい。
？10年くらい前の資産ですが、材料費だけで約800億円です。
おお。
さすがにガンバムはファンタジすぎるので、各国が今作っているロボはもう少し控えめの予算でしょうが、それでも100億はくだらないでしょう。現実について思い知ってもらえましたか？
はい。
ちなみに試作1号機は今のところどれくらいのお金を使ったんですか？
Most of its exterior was constructed using reprocessed scrap the club got for free. The only thing we've spent money on are the servo motors and the waste. With all that considered,
全部で
but I'm trying not to think about that anymore. If I do, I don't know if I'll be able to stop myself from busting down the door to the principal's office. I'm not going to let this get me down. Heck to the no.
100万円も200万円も変わりませんよ。各国のロボに比べればどちらもはした金です。
Subaru's merciless words pierce my chest.
それでも万博に出展するというなら、せめて歩行可能ぐらいにはしておかないと話になりません。
今の設計図でも歩くようになってるし。
残念ながら僕の予想ではあれは歩けませんね。
なんで？
設計図通りに作ってないからです。
いや、そんなことは。
逆に聞きますが、部長は設計図通りに作っていると胸を張って言えますか？あの試作1号機は。
当たり前だよ。作ってるよ。
いいえ、作ってません。
Subaru pulls up the Gun Build 1 blueprints on his phone droid, then shoves the screen right up to my nose.
この書き足しは何ですか？
それは歴代のロボ部員がいろいろ改良を。
改悪でしょ。
お金もパーツもない状況でやりくりしなくちゃいけないんだから大変なの。希望通りの大きさの材料がもらえるとも限らないし、加工するのだって簡単じゃないし、譲ってもらえた材料をちょっとでも無駄なく使い切ろうとしていろいろ工夫してやったらああなったって。うちは前の部長からそう教わったし、前の部長はその前の部長から教わってきたんだから。
つまり要約すると、設計図通りには作っていない。
まあ要約すれば。
おかげで随分といびつな形になり下がってますよ。設計者のこのロボがかわいそうだと言っておきます。
じゃあこの書き足しを全部消して最初の設計図通りに戻せば。
戻せるんですか？もう試作1号機はかなり出来上がっているんでしょう
？7割くらいは。
だったらナンセンスですよ。
じゃあスバルはどうしたいわけ？
I'm clearly upset with him, but his expression stays the same.
設計図そのもの、それとこれまでに組み立てた試作1号機の。
Subaru seems to purposely pause. He then pushes his glasses up with a finger.
破棄です。
I doubt my ears. I can't believe it. I never thought for a moment that he would say those words.
何しれっと言っちゃってんの？せっかく教頭先生に処分されちゃうピンチを免れたっていうのに、まさかスバル教頭先生の回し者？
そう思いたいならどうぞ。
He laughed at me again.
最初から作り直した方が早いとここまでのディスカッションで理解してもらえたはずですが。
What discussion? Subaru's just been going on and on about his own ideas.
設計は僕がします。無駄な部分は徹底的に排除する。具体的にはそこのメモにも書いておきましたが、2点あります。その1、内蔵コックピットの排除。今は遠隔操縦タイプが主流ですし、オペレーターが乗り込むことに合理性はありません。
ストップ！コックピットなくすって正気？オリジナルのガンバレルだって元気くんがちゃんと乗って操縦してるよ。巨大ロボが乗り込んでこそでしょ。
部長は鉄人28号を否定すると。
そうじゃなくて、
そもそもガンバレルをモデルにすることにも僕は否定的なんですかね。どうせモデルにするならせめてもっとリアルで再現のしやすそうな機体にすべきです。カートルーパーはデザインの時点で嘘をつきすぎている。
カートルーパーじゃなくてカートルーパー。
Subaru couldn't care any less about my correction.
ま、でもそれについては別にどうでもいいです。どっちにしろ無意味になりますから。
どういうこと？
提案その2として外装を取っ払います。
外装って側ってこと？
I never even considered that. Why? Because it's a terrible idea.
設計図段階から試作1号機は重量の問題をクリアできていません。ここまで組み立てたものは設計図に比べてもかなり足が太くなっているのですが、それでも自立するだけで精一杯でしょう。歩けるようにするには大幅な軽量化が必要です。そして今のところ最も無駄なものは外装です。
だって側を外したら骨組みだけになっちゃう。それじゃ頑張れるってわかんないよ。大地、かっこ悪い。
かっこいいとかかっこ悪いとかの話じゃありません。動かなければただの鉄くずだということです。
そもそもコックピットの側もなかったら上半身作る意味ないじゃん。
If the cockpit was removed from Gun Build 1, it would be no better than paper mache. The inside would be hollow.
それにほら、防御力だって落ちるし。
防御力？なんですそれ？
防御力は防御力だよ。鎧みたいな。
部長は何と戦うつもりですか？万博では巨大ロボット同士がロボアンのように戦うとでも。
Hearing him say it out loud is the first time it actually dawns on me. I've been working on Gun Build 1 for over 2 years now. To think it took me this long to realize it.
あ、そっか。戦わないんだ。
The expo only has demos. While there are no set rules for the content of said demos, I doubt fighting is allowed.
アニメの見過ぎですね。年上なのに情けない。
何を？正義の巨大ロボは戦うのが基本でしょ。悪い敵をバッタバッタとなぎ倒すために存在するんだから。戦わない巨大ロボはただの巨大ロボだよ。また鼻で笑ったし。
正義なんていう価値観は相対的なものでしょう。そもそも今の巨大ロボット開発にそんな価値観は無意味です。悪い宇宙人やらマッドサイエンティストによって地球が滅びそうになっているとでも？そんなアニメみたいな展開は現実のどこを探したって見つかりませんよ。あるのは純粋な開発競争です。技術力の最先端を惜しみなく注ぎ込んで、
いや、別に正義っていうところにはそんなにこだわりはないんだけど。
Truth be told, it's simply because Misa modeled it after Gun Barrel. That's all. Gun Barrel is a giant robot of justice, and I'm building Gun Barrel. The Robot Club isn't specifically trying to make a giant robot of justice.
正義のは雰囲気だよ、雰囲気。
いずれにせよ正義だろうとなんだろうと万博では戦いませんから。部長が巨大ロボに対してそういう幼稚な捉え方しかできないなら、今すぐロボ部を解散すべきですね。その主張を万博会場で言ったら世界中から笑い物ですよ。
Subaru shrugs his shoulders and grins at me. This punk is basically an anime villain. I knew he was hard to handle, but I didn't think he would be this much of a jerk face.
ちなみにせっかく7割型組み立てた試作1号機ですが、そっちについては全ばらしにします。パーツの大部分を流用することで予算のなさをカバーするわけです。
I take a deep breath and hand the proposal back to Subaru.
認めません。
僕のここまでの話を聞いても？
認めないったら認めない。
それであんな欠陥だらけで歩行もできない試作1号機を万博に持っていくと？
そんな言い方しないで。
Before I realized it myself, I've snapped. It felt like he was making fun of Misa, and I couldn't take it anymore.
そんなひどい言い方しないでよ。
It's so frustrating that it makes me want to cry, but I resist the urge.
ガンツクワンは歴代のロボ部員みんながコツコツと頑張って作ってきたものなの。ロボ部の歴史と同じなの。それを簡単に捨てるとかバラすとかできるわけないよ。うちはあの子を万博に連れて行きたい。お姉ちゃんが始めてみんなが頑張ってきた9年間の思いだから、その結晶だから。だからスバルの言ったことは全部却下。
ナンセンスですね。
ナンセンスかどうかなんて知らない。これは部長命令。
I stare him in the eyes and declare this clearly and consciously. After giving me a cold look for a moment, Subaru shrugs his shoulders slightly.
そういうことならこれ以上は何も言いませんよ。本来だったらこんな提案もせずにいきなり退部届を叩きつけてもよかったんですが。
退部なんてしちゃダメだよ。
しませんよ。したらヤシオ先輩がプレアデスの正体をバラすんでしょ。
さあ、その通り。
なので部には残りますが、部員として必要最低限の務めは今ので果たしましたから。
With that, Subaru turns his back to me.
あとは僕も好きにやらせてもらいます。部長の手伝いをするつもりはありませんので、そのつもりで。失礼します。
Subaru coldly spits out his final words and leaves. I head to Kai's spot in the shade of the tree and space out while staring at the blueprints that Misa drew up.
捨てるなんて無理だよ。
I joined the robot club because these blueprints and gun build one existed. It's one of the few things that Misa left behind on the island, proof that she was once here. I could never get rid of that.
どうも
Megantor, a robot manga from the 1950s and 60s. It became an anime and later a live-action drama. A masterpiece from the dawn of robot anime, it has had multiple remakes throughout the years. A story about a boy remotely controlling a giant robot to keep the peace. Gunbam. The official name is Mobile Jacket Gunbam, a landmark for robot anime. The first series was aired in the late 1970s. Since then, multiple sequels have been made. Yesterday, feeling down, I went to Nakatane to look for sponsors and got some donations. I teared up. Yay! Everyone, I have news for everybody. Just earlier, Robo One Worlds was decided, and Mr. Pleiades will officially be a part of it. Entering the very first World Tournament as a Japan representative. As a defending champion, I will not lose. Please support me. You ditched again. Hey, don't be so uptight. I just saw on IRUO that the ruined hotel in front of the old airport is under construction. I wonder when this started. When you're stuck, it's time to watch Gun Barrel Season 3, Episode 15. I attempt to shower Mizuka-san with the usual flattery once I enter the store, but there's no one at the register. Where could she be? I hear Mizuka-san's voice coming from deeper in the store. I take a peek and see her sitting on a step, doing maintenance on her hug.
どうも
なんだかいか。
今日もお綺麗でハグのメンテ
ああ、
Been a while since I last saw Mizuka-san with her hug off. It was a gift from Misani after she joined X-Ski. The crash of 15, a fierce solar disturbance that caused global scale malfunctions and signal interference. Crash of 15. The largest solar disturbance ever recorded to hit Earth, which caused electronics to malfunction all over the world. This nickname is used for the incident due to the panic it caused by severely damaging infrastructure. That was when Mizuko-san was in a traffic accident. Her legs badly hurt. Misani gifted her this hug.
機械は苦手でもこればっかりは自分でやらないとね。って言ってもやるのはサーボモーターに油さしたりネジを締め直したり表面をきれいに拭いたりするぐらいだけど。
前から不思議だったんだけどさ、そういうのってエグスケ社の人に頼んでやってもらえないの？
一応担当のハグエンジニアはいるんだよ。
Hug engineer. Engineers at Exoskeleton who specialize in hug technology. Only those who pass the official test from Exoskeleton are allowed to work in hug development. There are over 50,000 engineers in the world, and all are obligated to keep hug information a secret.
この島には正規ディーラーないから、鹿児島から出張してくるのは月に一度なのさ。
離島の宿命ってやつね。
そういうこと。
じゃあ近くにある町工場なんかで見てもらうのか？
無理。ハグはブラックボックスの塊らしくてね。ハグエンジニアにしかメンテ任せちゃダメって買った時に契約書書かされるのさ。しかもメンテ代がバカ高い。
Honestly, sounds kinda like a rip-off. I don't want to say this since Misani works there, but I bet these tactics are how X-Ski got big so quick.
大人の世界はドロドロだ。
なーに分かったような口聞いてんのさ。
She smirks at me. Anyway, that's enough preamble.
水香さん、例のもの一つもらっていい
Mizuka-san's eyes sharply narrow the second I make my request. They're the eyes of a predator that has spotted their prey.
今、手が離せないから自分で取ってきな。
I still my resolve and take one passion fruit bun out of the steamer next to the register. As usual, it's warmed and steamed just right.
いただきます。
I wipe my tears away once it's all down the hatch. I can feel my stomach acids trying to come up my throat, but I keep everything down as much as I
う
can.
まかっただろ。
ノーコメント。
Mizuka-san finished her hug tuning while I experienced hell. She effortlessly reattaches it to her legs.
で、カイ。何が知りたいんだい？
I gulp down mineral water in an attempt to get rid of that horrific aftertaste. I breathe deep, rearranging my thoughts. Let's start with a light jab.
ロボ部のスポンサーになってくれそうな人とか会社とか紹介してくんない？
Yesterday, Akiho was grieving over the fact that we can't use our prize money. So I figured I should ask while I'm
バイトに
here.
はならなかったんだろ
一命は取り留めたけどね。予算は結局出してもらえなかったし、ロボワンの賞金もお預け食らっちゃって。
う。カイも苦労が絶えないね。そうだな。手っ取り早いところなら。
A name escapes Mizuka-san's lips that I wasn't at all expecting.
ミッチーに頼めば？
あのプロテインばっかり買ってる貧乏教師が金出してくれるわけないよ。
あいつは貧乏まっしぐらだけどね。おじさんがなんとかって会社の社長やってるのさ。
マジで？
This is news to my
ちょ
ears.
っと癖の強い人だけどね。うまく心をつかめば金出してくれるかもよ。
Michi's uncle. I can't even imagine what sort of person we're dealing with. Actually, I'm not sure I want to meet him. Granted, I wouldn't be the negotiator here. This one would be on Akiho.
他にもスポンサーになってくれそうなところ、私の方で探しといてやるよ。不況だからそうそう見つかんないだろうけど。
よろしく。
Now for the real deal.
じゃあ本題。
まだあるのかい？だったらもう一つ、あれを。
Mizuka-san's eyes point to the steamer. I recall the taste from a few moments ago and once again feel my stomach juices trying to push their way up. I feel like throwing up, but desperately hold it back. Consider it my way of showing that 2 a day is
し
possible.
ょうがないね。で、何なのさ。
宇宙が丘公園に幽霊が出るっていう噂話について。
幽霊？出るの？
それを知りたいんだ。
って言われてもね、そんなの情報提供のしようがないじゃないか。そういうオカルトとか都市伝説については私より詳しい子を知ってるけど、どうする？
助かるよ。で、誰？
こないだ別件で紹介してやったろ。大徳純奈。
そうなの？
Yet another unexpected name pops up. I guess she isn't just a karate girl.
ありゃ、マニアと呼んでもいいくらいだね。
This'll be a pain, but sounds worth giving a shot. Uchugaoka Park is an important place to me. There's nowhere else I can really go to focus on gaming. That's right, this is a battle to protect the place where I play Kill Ballad. Or so I say to myself in an attempt to work up some enthusiasm. The next day after school. Today's chore duty, Takauchi Sinomiya. Appearance is important. I mean, it affects how you look in pictures. Is this really you? During club activities, you always stay in your uniform. Getting hyped. Why are you so excited? Daitoku Junjun followed you. It's Kaito Yashio. Nice to meet you. Thanks for the follow. Following back. Played 10 minutes, 2-0. I should have put on some makeup. I wish they had told me earlier. Might be a good change. You don't like changes? Chance. I got cleaning duty. Is this real? Yeah, okay, there we go. I decide to go and have a little chat with Daitoku-san. A message. Maybe it's her. I sent her one earlier about wanting to ask about urban legends.
メール受信。
Of course. I didn't know you were into urban legends. Yashio, if you like, I can teach you what I know. Meet up at the front gate after school. She sounds really psyched. This is giving me a totally different vibe from the one she normally has. I might be able to get some valuable info out of her. She's my only hope. When I grab my bag and try to leave the classroom, Akiho grabs me by the collar. She's on cleaning duty.
まさか帰るつもり？
俺今日は掃除当番じゃないんだけど。
掃除じゃなくて今日は部活出てよ。さっきミッチーから聞かされたんだけど、新聞社が取材に来るんだって。
取材って何？
ロボワン準優勝のことだからカイもいてくれなきゃ。
ああ、俺そういうのいいや。アキちゃん適当に答えといて。
いいの？じゃあカイのこともうまく言っとくね。
Akiho grins at me. She sure does get carried away about
って
everything.
いうかね、ロボワン準優勝って結構すごいことだと思うんだ。だからもっとじゃんじゃん取材の依頼が来てもいいはずなんだけどな。ミスタープレアデスの正体も晒したらもっと大騒ぎになりそう。
そんなことしたらスバルくんってばへそ曲げてロボ部やめちゃうよ。
分かってるよ。さすがにそんなひどいことはしないって。それでもうちらの準優勝だけでももっとチヤホヤされるべきだと思うんだけど。そうしたらスポンサーとしてお金を出したいって人もたくさん来そうでしょ。そうならないかな。
Akiho absentmindedly drifts off into her world of delusion.
俺もう帰っていい？
あ、待った、帰っちゃダメ。
なんでさ、取材ならアキちゃんに任せるってば。
それはそれ。帰ってば昨日も一昨日も部活来てないじゃん。サボりすぎだよ。
いやでもさ、俺ってロボ部にいてもいなくても変わらないでしょ。即戦力のスバルくんが入ったんだからさ、彼と二人でロボ作ってた方が絶対はかどると思うよ。
It's It's then that Akiho lets go of my collar. She has a dumbfounded look on her
そ
face.
んな風に思ってたの？だから遠慮して出てこなかったってこと？
いや、別にそういうわけじゃ。
I try to speak, but she sticks a finger against my
だと
nose.
したら考えすぎ。カイだってれっきとしたロボ部員なんだし。ロボワンの時カイがいなかったら決勝まで行けなかったんだよ。うちはカイがロボ部にいてくれたこと本当に感謝してるの。だから何にも気にせずに出てきてよね。
ああ、うん。
She's so sincere that I can't possibly correct her at this point.
いやー、よかったよかった。これでカイのサボり問題も無事解決っと。やめるとか言い出されるんじゃないかと思って実は結構ドキドキしてたんだ。
やめはしないけど、俺今日は用事があるんだよね。
用事って何？ゲームするとか答えたらこんにゃろうの刑だからね。
Considering what I'm usually up to, I get why she would come to that conclusion. Wait, what the heck kind of punishment is that?
今日は違うって。大徳さんと会ってくる。
なんで？そういえば今日いきなり追加でフォローし合ってたよね。いつの間に仲良くなったの？
そんなには仲良くなってないよ。
じゃあこれから仲良くなるとか
Akiho starts poking me with the handle of the broom she's holding.
つまりデート？若さゆえの過ち？
まさか、そんな色っぽいものじゃないよ。
だよね。カイは女の子よりゲームを選ぶタイプだもんね。
さすがアキちゃん、俺のことよくわかってるじゃん。
そりゃ付き合い長いもん。で、じゃあ大徳さんと会って何するの？
平穏なゲームライフを獲得するための悪巧みかな。
何それ？
I figured she wouldn't understand, but it would be a real pain to explain this from start to finish.
それ以上のことを説明してほしいなら勝負が必要だね。俺に勝ったら話すけど、どうする？
カイのサボりも。
She squares her shoulders and goes back to cleaning. Yeah, I figured that would make her mad, but I know plenty of ways to win Akiho over again.
そういえば、賞金の話はもう諦めたわけ？
The 1 million yen prize for second place in Robo 1 has been seized by the school. While it'll be usable as club funds next year, it will have left the club by then. We won't have it by the expo. Akiho shakes her head while sweeping the floor with the broom.
だっていろいろ方法はないか考えてみたんだよ。別の誰かに立て替えてもらうとか、そういう抜け道みたいなやり方。でも結局それって誰かに迷惑かけちゃうかなって思って。できれば正々堂々と作ったロボで万博に行きたいじゃない。
志は立派だね。でも実際他に資金調達の当てとかあるわけ？
あるわけないよ。昨日ちょっとだけ中種のお店とか回って交渉してみたけど、ちっとも相手してもらえなかったし、一応2000円だけカンパ集めたけど。
2000円じゃロボクリニックからの借金すら返せないじゃん。
Akiho's clearly dispirited.
道具に合わせる顔がない。というかあったら殺される。
じゃあさ、ミッチーにスポンサー紹介してもらえなよ。
あんな顧問なんて飾りです。偉い人にはそれがわからんのです。
That's harsh. I mean, he is a teacher and the Robot Club's advisor. He was even the first club president. I guess after getting to know him over the last 2 years, she's lost all trust in him. Time for me to drop the bomb.
ミッチーの親戚が会社の社長やってるらしいよ。
I try and deliver the info as casually as possible. Akiho throws her broom aside and closes in on me.
その話詳しく教えて。
Akiho dashes to the faculty room. Guess she doesn't care about the test schedule I told her about a few moments earlier. I see Akiho off and head toward the exit. There are still lots of students leaving school after classes. Daitoku-san is standing in an easy-to-find spot. Our eyes meet and she bows her head a little.
いやー、ちっちゃいから見つけられるか不安だったけど、よかったよかった。
ちっちゃいってちっちゃいけど。
Daitoku-san slumps her shoulders a little, but immediately regains her composure and walks up to me.
聞きたいのって宇宙が丘公園のことだってメールに書いてあったけど。
そう。
じゃあとりあえず行ってみる？
宇宙が丘公園？
うん。
I don't mind, but I thought Daitoku-san's house was in the opposite direction. She immediately starts walking, leaving me stunned in place. Daitoku-san's really excited about this, and for some reason she looks a lot more cheerful than she normally does. There's a skip to her step. Are we going on a picnic or something? Of course it wasn't a picnic. As soon as we arrive at the park, Daitoku-san starts talking.
ヤシオくんがその奇妙な現象にあった時、耳鳴りみたいなもの聞こえなかった？
H2 Rocket Monument, the first 100% domestically produced liquid fuel rocket successfully developed by NASDA, in operation from 1994 to 1999. Done with the interview took about 20 minutes. I had this huge plan that starts with the greatness of Gun Barrel, but I couldn't talk about anything. I was so nervous. Yes, made a deal with Michi. I'm going to meet the CEO tomorrow. Make sure you read the room. Don't push yourself.
いや、ただポケコンがフリーズしたんだけど、その時奇妙な音がポケコンから流れた。
あ、そう、きっとそれピーブブーピヒャラーって感じじゃなかった？
The way she said it was cute, and I can't help but laugh. It's even better because she was totally serious about it.
まあそんな感じ。
やっぱりそれ結構たくさんの人が聞いてて、昔ファックスっていうのがあったの知ってる？その時に聞こえるピーブブーピヒャラーっていう音と似た感じだって。
ああ、ファックスね。まだ小さい頃に何度か聞いたことあるよ。確かに言われてみればあのピーガー音と似てた。音の正体は何だと思う？
わからないよ。私別に専門家とか研究家とかそういうのじゃないし。
Daitoku-san hastily shakes her head.
おいおい、ここまで来てもったいぶるつもり？俺知ってるよ。大徳さんは都市伝説マニアだって。
マニアだなんてそんな。
だから教えてよ。それとも教えてもらうためには勝負して勝たなくちゃいけないみたいな感じ？リアル空手だと負けそうだから格闘ゲーム勝負でいいかな。それなら受けて立つけど。
勝負なんてしないよ。
Daitoku-san takes a step back, unsure of how to deal with the situation. Did I creep her out?
私はただ興味があって勝手に調べてるだけだから。ネットでの受け売りみたいなのもあるし、私の言うことあんまり真に受けないでくれる？
She says timidly. It's almost as if she has no confidence whatsoever.
ああ、もちろん。信じるか信じないかは俺が決めろってことでしょ。大徳さんなりに有力だと思う仮説みたいなものはあるの？
耳鳴りのことなら一応。
Daitoku-san timidly nods, then starts awkwardly operating her phone droid.
その謎の奇妙な音なんだけど、世界各地でも似たような事例があったりするんだ。
そうなの？
うん、これ聞いてみて。
Daitoku-san starts up a music app. I peek at the screen of her phone droid. A siren-like sound begins to play from the speakers. It rings out intermittently for intervals of several seconds a pop.
これは？
通称ザ・ブザー。ロシアのね UVB76 っていう短波ラジオだよ。
UVB76, the call sign sent by a shortwave radio station which broadcasts at 4,625 kilohertz frequency. The broadcast station is located in a small town called Lozky, which is around 40 kilometers northwest of Moscow, Russia.
30年くらい前からこのブザー音だけずっと流し続けてるの。
何それ？なんかの暗号か何か？
放送局はそういうのを否定してるけど、本当のところはどうなのかはね、よく分かってなくて。軍の暗号っていう説以外にもマニアの人たちはいろいろ仮説を立ててるんだ。デッドマン装置説とか。
Dead man switch. Originally a railway term, a device to maintain safety without a driver controlling it. If the driver passed out for some reason and couldn't drive anymore, it will automatically pull the emergency brakes once it recognizes that there is no response. There is also a very specific type of bomb detonation that is called a dead man switch. If for some reason you're holding a bomb and they decide to pop your ass in the head or something and you die, the bomb goes off because it senses that you no longer have a pulse. Fun facts. Bombs. Who doesn't love a good bomb?
最近だとね、電離層研究のためのものなんじゃ
I'm
ないか
sorry, are you
っていう
serious right
説が、
now?
結構有力
Ads just started, so I don't think a majority of people can hear me right now. But on my phone where I'm watching this, I just got a fucking spam ad. Spam? Spam actually has ads? Gross. Anyway. Ionosphere. The electrically charged atmosphere layer located between 100 kilometers and 500 kilometers above ground level. There are 4 named layers in the ionosphere: D, E, E, S, and F layer. The F layer where everything goes to die.
太陽活動が最近すごく異常なことになってるでしょ。電離層研究はそれと関係あるんだって。
へえ。つまりこの公園で聞こえるピーガー音もそういう研究用のものである可能性が。
仮説だけど、すぐ下には JAXA の施設もあるから、もしかしたら。
The Uchugaoka tracking station. It wouldn't be strange for Jackson to be conducting these kinds of experiments. When you think JAXA, you typically think space development, but they actually do all kinds of research there. The average person like me has no grasp at all of what stuff JAXA is researching. Few unnatural phenomena in the world stand up to scrutiny once you try to actually explain them properly.
あとフリーズのこと、これはヤシオくんだけじゃなくて日本中の人に起きたみたい。ニュースやってたよ。46秒間だけ日本中で一斉に全部のポケコンが動かなくなったって。
原因は？
Daitoku-san slightly shakes her head.
調査中って言ってた。
なるほどね。じゃあフリーズは関係ないのかな。でもさ、まだ2つ不可思議現象は残ってる。この前の俺は4コンボ食らったわけで。
コンボ？
不可解な現象が4つあったってこと。ピーガー音とポケコンのフリーズ、それ以外にもゲジネーってやつからの文字化けしたメール、そして幽霊。
幽霊？ヤシオくんも見たの？
それっぽいものをね。
もしかしてヤシオくん興味があるのは都市伝説じゃなくてオカルト？
なんか違うわけ？都市伝説とオカルトって。
全然違うよ。
具体的にどの辺が？
それは幽霊が関係してるかどうか。
Why is she asking me? I'm the one who wants to know.
あとオカルトは怖いやつ。
都市伝説は怖くないわけ？
怖くはないかな。
Where is she drawing the line?
じゃあ大徳さんの仮説だと幽霊なんていないってこと？
そういうわけじゃ。幽霊の話は私もみんなから聞いた噂程度にしか知らなくて。
でもさ、 実際幽霊を見たって噂は結構広まってるし、見たって人も多いでしょ。ピーガー音とも関係あると考えるのが普通じゃない？
そうかな。
大徳さんは見たことは？
She shakes her head in denial.
知ってる範囲でいいから教えてよ。噂って具体的にどんな内容なの？
宇宙が丘公園には女の子の幽霊がいて、その子は中学生くらいで髪の長い子だって。
なんで急に小声になったの？
そのあと怖くて。
幽霊に聞かれてるんじゃないかって？
そんな感じ。
Daitoku stands pretty funny, but more importantly, a girl. What was that ghost I caught a glimpse of the other day? Was it a girl? Did she look like a middle schooler? Was her hair long? I didn't really get a good look, so I can't say for
見
sure.
たっていう人は大抵の場合ね、ポケコン使ってる時だったみたい。その時に女の子の声みたいな音が聞こえてきたらしいよ。
That sure does ring a bell.
例えばその幽霊の名前がゲジネーとかってことはある？
ゲジネ
Daitoku-san shakes her head in confusion.
そういう名前は聞いたことないかも。私が知らないだけかもしれないけど、ごめんなさい。
じゃあ幽霊からメールが届いたってことは？
さっきヤシオくんが言ってた変なメールのことだよね。幽霊がメールを送ってくるなんて怖いね。
Daitoku-san goes pale and hugs her shoulders. I wasn't asking to get her feelings on the subject.
私そういうのは聞いたことないかな。
So then I'm the only one getting messages. Or are the messages being sent by someone completely unrelated? Hold your horses, Kaido. It's not like I actually believe a ghost is sending me messages.
それとその女の子の幽霊だけど、この公園だけじゃないって噂もあるの。島の他の場所にも出たって。
どこ？
全部は知らないけど、チクラの岩屋とか他にも何か所かあるみたい。
Chikura Cavern, a eroded cave located at Hamada Beach in Minamitane-cho, Tanegashima, a prominent tourist spot in Tanegashima. Its name comes from the idea that the cave could fit 1,000 people.
あそこ出るの？
見た人の数はそんなに多くないけど。
そうなんだ。この公園限定だと思ってたよ。
行ってみる？
行くってどこへ？
チクラの岩屋。私うちそっち方向だから。でもヤシオくんが行かないって言うなら別に。
Daitoku-san hurriedly starts making excuses for herself to back out. I glance at the clock. It's 5 in the evening. At this time of year, there's still over 2 hours of daylight left. The sun is slowly dropping, and the air is nice and cool.
行ってみますかね。
I swear this is all for my precious gaming life. Summer's finally here, yet the beach is deserted. Chikura Cavern. Its name comes from its size. This cave is so massive that 1,000 people could sit down in it. Supervisor Minamitane-cho, Planning Division. A ghost. Kai, where are you? I'm going to get going. I've been going home by myself a lot lately. Wait for me. I'll be there by 6. Locals rarely visit Chikura Cavern, but I could have sworn that was a pretty popular sightseeing spot. There's a cave that you can go inside when the tide is low and everything. I came here when I was a kid. I remember getting excited over how nice and cool it was. Maybe there'll be more tourists once summer break kicks off. But I kinda doubt it. Only the sounds of waves crashing fills the air. There aren't any streetlights nearby, so it gets pitch black at night. I wouldn't be surprised if a ghost showed up here. I feel like all the hairs on my body are standing on end, but let's pretend that's because of the cool sea breeze. All I can confirm for sure is that I can't hear the buzzing noise. I take my phone quite out and attempt to play Kill Ballad just to see if anything weird happens, but nope. I suppose it's not just going to pop up whenever it's convenient for me. On the flip side, it would be a problem if it did show up. As for Daitoku-san, she's staring at a large black mass on the beach.
何あれ？
クジラさんの亡骸、最近ね、とっても多いの。ああやって浜に打ち上げられてること。この前なんか一気に14頭も同時に打ち上げられてたんだよ。
Wait, I think I remember Mom mentioning this a while back. I usually don't watch the local news. I just read up on the latest fads in Tokyo once in a while using Twipo, as suggested by my political econ teacher. Megalith Sensei, their nickname, said it would be useful for entrance exams. I only really do it when I remember to. Just then I sense that something's off. Was the sand around here always this red? Or is it soaked in whale's blood?
クジラさんのことだけじゃなくてね、最近この島で変なこと結構起きてるんだよ。耳鳴りとか幽霊の噂とかだけじゃないの。
具体的には？
一番目立つのは動物の大量死だと思う。今年に入ってからだけでもね、結構起きてるの。例えば大量の鳥さんの死骸が空から降ってきたっていう話覚えてない？
どうだった？
島でも結構騒がれたんだよ、3月くらいに。何千羽っていう数の鳥さんがね、一斉に降ってきたんだから。空港がそのせいで一時的に使えなくなっちゃったんだよ。
Dad never
Stream
told me
element
anything about
said,
that.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
住宅地じゃなかったのが幸いだったかな。人に直撃したりはなかったから。一応画像もあるけど見る？
グロい？じゃあパス。
She looks faint-hearted, but is Daitoku-san the type who's totally fine watching gross stuff?
鳥以外でも大量死ってあったわけ？
ミミズさんが何千匹って数で干からびた状態で死んでたり、前日に雨が降ってたわけじゃないの。だから宮田先生はありえないって言ってた。
Miyata Sensei is our school's science biology teacher.
それともっとありえなかったのはカエルさんかな。数百匹のカエルさんがね、体が破裂した状態で死んでたのが見つかって。
体が破裂？何それ？
そのままの意味なの。 本当にお腹が破裂してて、結構悲惨な状態だったんだって。匂いとか。
それも今年のこと？
うん、そう。あとはクジラさんの大量自殺。
I once again glanced at the carcass on the beach. If I was any closer, I'm sure it would smell rotten.
クジラさんだけじゃなくてね、イルカさんも結構自殺してるの。越前クラゲさんもいつもの年以上に大量発生してて。
Stomolophus, a giant jellyfish that can be 2 meters long and can weigh 150 kilograms. In recent years, they have had a huge outbreak in the East China Sea, which is causing problems for fisheries. There are many theories regarding the outbreak, but since they just started research, no one has an exact answer yet.
しかもね、これまでなら北海道の方まで流れていくのが普通だったのに、今年はすぐに死んじゃって、奄美とか沖縄に流れ着いてるって。
Then I guess there really are strange things happening across the island. I haven't been paying any attention to this stuff.
でもさ、ここまで説明してくれたことって科学的に説明できそうじゃない？
どうかな。仮説とかはあるみたいだけど、はっきりした原因は学者の先生にもよくわからないってネットに書いてあったよ。
でもあんまり都市伝説って感じしないんだよね。
Maybe I still don't get where the line is
例
drawn.
えば動物の大量死以外で何かある？
Daitoku-san looks outward toward the horizon, lost in thought.
アッポーランド。
Apoland, a comprehensive theme park that opened in Nishi no Omoteshi, Tanegashima in 1996. It featured a wide grass area, play zone, go-karts, and miniature golf. However, due to a lack of visitors, most of it is closed and abandoned. Next to Apoland is a farm and the Seikyo Dam.
あそこのダム湖がね、2月くらいに急に水の色が変わって蛍光色になったんだって。一度だけじゃなくて3回くらいあったみたい。あ、画像もあるよ。ニュースで取り上げられてて、これなら気持ち悪くないからヤシオくんでも見られるよ。
Daituku-san excitedly takes out her phone droid and starts operating it.
ほら、こんな感じ。
The image displayed on screen indeed shows the lake fluorescently colored.
これ小学生の頃に習ったような気がする。理科だったかな。赤潮でしょ？または公害。
Environmental pollution. When companies pollute the social environment, which causes harmful effects to general health, mostly discussing air, water, and noise pollution, as well as bad smells. Red tide, a reddish discoloration on the surface of water caused by unusual increase in plankton. The oxygen level of the water decreases, which can cause severe harm to fish and shellfish.
赤潮って海で発生するものじゃ？ダム湖だとあんまり見ないっていうか。あとアッポーランド近くに参拝施設とかはなかったんだって。だから環境汚染とかそういうのでもないみたい。いつも2時間くらいですぐ消えちゃうから調査もできなかったって。それでお魚さんはみんな死んじゃった。
I see.
これも JAXA の極秘実験なんじゃないかって噂されてる。
いや、それはないでしょう。いくら TNSC が島にあるからって結びつけるのは強引すぎるよ。
What an unreal conspiracy theory.
それもやっぱり環境問題じゃないの？そういえば前にニュースでやってたけど、今年の冬はロシアは真夏みたいな暑さだったらしいじゃない。異常気象は世界規模で起きてるわけで。
そうだね。アメリカ西海岸は今夏なのに雪が降ってるみたいだし、ナスカの地上絵も一部が雨で消えちゃったし。
Nazca lines, giant images drawn on a dry plateau near the Nazca River in Peru. It is said that these images were drawn over 2,000 years ago. It is a mystery how they perfectly carved images over 100 kilometers long in an age without aeroplanes. The Nazca lines were registered as a World Heritage Site in 1994. I definitely remember seeing that one on the news.
こんな異常気象はね、2012年とか2015年と似てて。
何か関係が？
わからないけど。
どうも都市伝説っぽさが足りないな。
ごめんなさい。
別に謝ることじゃないけど、もっと都市伝説っぽいやつちょうだいよ。
ぽいやつ。ぽいやつ。
Daitoku-san presses both index fingers against her temples and starts humming and hawing. Has she exhausted her supply?
そうだ。アネモネ号っていうフェリーで起きた事件知ってる？
So, we're really going to do this? I click my tongue softly so that Daitoku-san doesn't notice. I suppose if someone's an urban legend maniac, it would make sense for them to be interested in that unexplained
アネモネ
incident.
号集団失神事件って言うんだけどね。乗員乗客がみんな一斉に気を失って。
ああ、うん、よく知ってるよ。
I cut her off and she looks at me with a surprised expression on her face.
怒ってる？
I shrug a little.
今日はありがとう。いろいろと参考になったよ。
どういたしまして。
Daitoku-san clearly wants to say something, but she stays quiet. I appreciate you picking up that I don't want to talk anymore. I take a bottle of fruit sour melon out of the convenience store bag I'm holding. I bought it from the shop at the entrance of the beach. How do they stay in business in a place with so few
はい、
visitors?
これは今日付き合ってくれたお礼。
I toss the bottle of fruit sour strawberry I also bought to Daitoku-san. Daitoku-san tries to catch it, but ends up dropping it on the ground. It's covered in sand.
下手くそだね。交換する？
砂払えば大丈夫。いただきます。
The two of us sit down on the hot sand and take a breather. The sea breeze makes my skin feel sticky. It's irritating. The horizon slowly gets dyed indigo blue. Sunset is getting close. Daitoku-san is sucking as hard as she can on the straw. She looks just like a little boy. If nothing else, she certainly doesn't look like a classmate my
テス
age.
トどうだった？
全然ダメ。私直前に空手の大会あったから、ちっとも勉強してなくて、赤点一つ取っちゃった。
一つで済んだならまだいい方だって。
Things were a disaster for me in Akihō. I've never had to take supplementary exams for 5 subjects before.
空手の大会ってインターハイ？
違うよ。インターハイなんて出られるわけないよ。国体の一次予選。
どうだった？
Daitoku-san's smile looks forced, like she's about to cry.
終わったよ。
結果？
If you get decent results in a tourney like that, our school has a custom where the VP holds an assembly to praise you. That said, the Robot Club's Robo 1 performance got completely ignored. Typical. But back to Daitoku-san. I don't remember any assemblies like that for her, which means...
いつもと同じ初戦敗退。
一次予選の初戦敗退ってことは、もしかして大徳さん弱い？
もしかしなくても弱いよ。何しろ全く全然勝負にならなかったから。3年間ずっとそうで、全然成長してなくて、もうどうしようもないくらい弱々だったな。
She forces out a smile. Her voice sounds like it's trembling a little, so this must be painful for her to admit.
もう3年の夏だから引退でしょ？
そうだよ。
これからどうするの？大学とか行く予定？
一応。でも進学してももう空手はやらないかも。私弱いし、これからはうちの道場でたまに趣味でやるくらいじゃないかな。
Right, her family owns a karate dojo.
寂しそうだね。
Daitoku-san flashes me a surprised look before turning her gaze to the edge of the water.
そうかも。やっぱり物心ついた頃からやってきたから、心にぽっかり穴が開いたような部分っていうか。でもね、今日はヤシオくんと都市伝説のお話ができて、ちょっと結構気分転換になったよ。誘ってくれてありがとう。
Daitoku-san smiles brightly at me, then turns her attention back to sipping her juice. I'm struck by a brilliant idea. A way to further enhance my comfortable FG life.
じゃあ暇なんだね。
暇じゃないよ。これから受験勉強しなきゃいけないし。
受験勉強。
Thanks a lot for dragging me back to reality. It doesn't take long for me to brush that aside yet again. I'm quick when it comes to changing gears after all.
大徳さんさ、ロボ部に入れば？ロボ部は慢性的に人手不足だからね。 部員は一人でも多い方がはかどるわけよ。
It would progress things, plus it would reduce the chances of Akiho making me help out. Aren't I just a beam of sunshine?
えっと
Daitoku-san looks perplexed. Not that I can blame her.
私3年生だけど。
俺もアキちゃんも3年だよ。
そうだけどどうして私なの？
暇そうだから。
暇じゃないよ。それにロボットのこと詳しくないし。
俺も全く詳しくないけど2年間続けてるよ。
え、そうなの？
そうだから気負う必要は全然なし。
Daitoku-san lowers her head.
でも私ロボットさんって苦手で。
She can't handle robots? Is that a thing? She's probably just saying that to be polite. She's trying to refuse, but ended up with a bizarre
それ
excuse.
って要するにロボ部とはお近づきになりたくないって意思表示かな。
違うよ。本当に苦手なの。
そんなのあんまり聞かないな。
ヤシオくんって藤田のおじいちゃんのことは知ってる？
知ってるよ。親戚なんでしょ。
うん、そう。この前瀬宮さんには言ったんだけど、私藤田のおじいちゃんのこと苦手なの。それで藤田のおじいちゃんが苦手なのとロボットさんが苦手なのは私の中ではセットになってるっていうか。
セット？まさかドクってロボットだったりするの？ああ、なんでもないよ。続けて。
うん。で、私が小学校に入る前ぐらいの時期かな。おじいちゃんは、藤田のおじいちゃんじゃなくて、大徳の方のおじいちゃんなんだけど、おじいちゃんに連れられて、よくあのお店へ遊びに行ってたの。でね、ある日、私は一人でロボクリニックの探検を始めて、そしたら倉庫みたいなところに迷い込んで。
Corvus Scraps said, Hello.
Hello, Corvus. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. This is the point when Akiho would hype herself up and yell. You mean a secret base or something?
それでつまり見ちゃったの。
Like a ghost?
たくさんのロボットさん。大人と同じくらいの背のロボットさんがね、狭い倉庫の中にたくさん並んで立ってて。
たくさん？ロボクリニックにそんな等身大ロボなんて置いてあったかな。
Hello? Headpat? Headpat, where are you at? Headpat? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Give me a
Corvus
second,
Scraps
Corvus.
said, Existence is fleeting, but it's there, thank you.
Yes, existence does fleet pretty quickly, doesn't it? Why did the headpad not work? That is weird. Let's see, let's log into this thingy first. Where did I put the bookmark? Make sure it's working on this site. It does appear to be working. Go over here to Twitch. Redeems.
Corvus Scruggs said, "Keep the points, I just like the 69 aspect."
That's weird. Why is it not working? Well, if you like the 69 aspect, you'll like my specific head pat even better. Maybe the message, if the message still works, then it's something with the redeem that's not working. So let's try the message. There it goes. There. Well, the message worked, so it's just the redeem that's not working for some reason. That's weird. Oh, there you go. There's a head pat. No off center there, but yeah. Weird. So it's just the fact that the redeem
Corvus
isn't
Scruggs
working.
said, 69 and tentacles noise.
Yeah, we're just, we're just in the lake, just doing our thing. Just in the lake doing our thing. Nope, that should be working. I genuinely don't know why it isn't. We'll try to figure that out later, but for right now, at least since the I can do it manually like that, we'll work with that until I figure it out, I suppose.
Corvus Scruggs said, "Anyway, I wanted to drop in and say hi."
Thank you very much for dropping in and saying hi. We do appreciate all lurkers and stuff. We even have an alert command you can use if you wanted to. I've never been back there before. Even a regular like Akiho probably hasn't.
Stream Elements said, "Their body slowly falls into the depths of the lake, forever."
Thank you for hanging out in the lake. I hope you have a wonderful time in the depths where we all float. Ooh woo.
なんていうのかな、すごく古臭いデザインのロボットさんでね。きっとほとんどの人は愛嬌のある顔だって言うんだろうけど、私は怖かったの。どれも無表情で無機質で、顔なんだけど顔じゃない何かに思えて、それで私その時パニクっちゃって、あんまり記憶にはないんだけど、そのロボットさんの一人を壊しちゃったの。それで藤田のおじいちゃんにものすごく怒られて、それ以来あのお店には行かなくなっちゃった。だから私、その藤田のおじいちゃんとは今でもまともに話せないし、ロボットさんのこともちょっと怖くて、そんなわけなので。
Daitoku starts squirming again. She looks like she sincerely wants to turn down my invitation. I can tell she's weak to pressure.
それってさ、等身大ロボの話でしょ。巨大ロボとかおもちゃみたいな小さいロボはどうなの？
Daitoku-san thinks it over.
どうかな。普段あんまりロボットさんのことを見る機会なんてないから。
でしょ？もしかしたら案外平気かもしれないよ。一度でいいから部室に顔出してみてよ。きっとアキちゃんが喜ぶ。
考えとくね。誘ってくれたことはありがとう。
I definitely didn't do anything worth being thanked for. This is all for myself. I deviously smiled just out of Daitoku-san's line of sight. Space Candy Company, Tanigashima. The company is located in the heart of Nishi no Omoteshi, Tanigashima's most prosperous locale. Wait a second. No way. You mean Michi's uncle is the guy who makes the space candy? Oh, the main protagonist is going to be really upset he didn't come here. He would probably try to get a lifetime supply of the candy. That said, it's up north, and folks like me who live down south rarely go up that far. There are lots of buildings and cars, plus plenty of people walking along the streets. It even has multi-floor buildings. Among them, this conspicuously tall building is the Space Candy Company headquarters. 8 whole
まさ
floors.
かミッチーのおじさんがスペースアメの社長さんだったなんて。
If Kai knew, he would probably be overjoyed. That's what I was saying, because he loves that space candy.
いいか瀬宮妹よ。長深田一族はな、種子島に多大な貢献をしとるんだぞ。これ豆知識な。
ミッチーはしてるように見えないけど。
こらしてるだろうが。先生は島の若人たちに素晴らしい教えを説いてるぞ。
I shrug in response to his empty claim and look back up at the building. The only place you can find tall buildings like this is in Nishi no Omote. This has got to be one of the top 5 tallest buildings on the island. I look up for too long and my neck starts hurting. Space candy's exclusive to Tanigashima, so I figured it didn't sell all that well. I guess I was wrong. It's so overwhelming that I'm finding it hard to go inside. But after getting such a juicy tip from Kai, I can't let it go to waste.
ミッチーの親戚が会社の社長やってるらしいよ。
After hearing that from Kai yesterday, I immediately interrogated Michi and found out that it was true. When I asked for an introduction, he easily gave the okay. Maybe he felt obligated or something. Nonetheless, I can't believe space candy is this big.
俺、いつまでも突っ立ってないで行くぞ。
やっぱり制服できた方が良かったんじゃ。
おじきは格好を気にするような人じゃないから気にするな。
Michi, wearing his usual combo of tracksuit and sandals, strolls into the building. Is he fearless or just I'm pretty sure he's shameless, actually. Maybe it doesn't matter because he's family. Either way, I don't want to be seen with him. When we're let into the president's office, he immediately greets us. To be honest, he looks like a comedian. My first impression is that he's gaudy as heck, but looks like a nice guy.
おお、よう来たな、光彦か。おじき。
The president and Michi share a spirited handshake the moment they meet, then hug.
4月の陽子の結婚式以来か。
何言ってる。先月の松葉の葬式であっただろうに。
おお、そうだった。
眉毛が。
Seeing him lined up next to Michi really emphasizes how much they look alike, even though they're not father and son or brothers at that. Do uncles and their nephews really look this similar? Plus, how many people are even in the Naga Fukata family? I'm sort of curious, but not enough to actually ask.
瀬宮妹、紹介するぞ。この人が先生のおじさんで、スペースアメ社長、住尾のおじきだ。
よろしくの、ジョちゃん。
瀬宮です。よろしくお願いします。
光彦もこんな可愛らしい教え子を持つようになったか。授業中にムラムラ かしたりしとらんだろう
こんなが近所に熱情を催すようじゃ教師なんてやってられんよ。
The Naga Fukada family sucks. Disillusioned, I glanced around the office. Not only is the president himself gaudy as heck, so is his office. It's like a room straight out of a manga. The decor is not great. For some reason, there's a loose bird flying around in here. Is that a parakeet? Wait, hold it. Don't get distracted by the parakeet, Akiho. I came here to discuss business. I slapped my cheeks to psych myself up. Storm and surge, blast of spirit, gun barrel, Jiakin. I shout the gun barrel phrase in my mind. What's that supposed to mean? Some sort of dialect thing?
太郎のやつも若い嬢ちゃんに興奮しとるようじゃぞ。
いや違うよおじき。こいつはどう見てもボインちゃんじゃないもんよ。
だな。
I'm not quite sure what they're getting at, but for some reason I find myself annoyed.
というわけでロボ部のスポンサーになってほしいんです。
つまらんのう。
After I spent 15 minutes explaining the club's history and ideals, while Michi just played with a parakeet, that's it.
アキホちゃんと言ったか。つまらんな。
つまらんって面白おかしく説明なんて無理ですよ。
そうじゃなくて、もっとあれだよ。こうですドン。つーもんがええわけ。溢れ出る若さっちゅうもんを見せてほしかったんだが。
ボインちゃんボンキュボン。
Could someone please shut that parakeet up? Michi, stop laughing and do something.
インパクトが足らんのだな。インパクト。そういうもんを用意してからまたおいで。
Did I just get turned away? Man, the real world is rough. No, Akiho, no, don't let it get to you. Remember, my saving grace is my endless optimism.
また来ていいんですよね。
おう、いつでも待っとるよ。若さは爆発だ。つーもんを期待しとるからね。
わかりました。元気爆発するようなインパクトを持ってまた来ます。
While our first meeting didn't end in success, it ended with a glimmer of hope. Sometimes you gotta look at the silver
と
lining.
ころで、ボインちゃんって何ですか？
なんで瀬宮妹はそんなことも知らんのか。世間知らずだな。いいか、ボインちゃんってのはな、胸のふくよかな女性のことだ。これ試験に出るぞ。ボインボインっていう五感が糸を歌詞だろ。
ジコ、そんなこと言っとるとセクハラで訴えられるぞ。
訴えられるならそら太郎だって。
Special attack, gunball blow, Shizuzoom.
やっほー、あきちゃん。
Woke up, played 5 hours, 47-1. Guess I'll take a break. Please give me impact. Ran to Lonsau for some space candy. I wanna cry. Got a call from a person at the TV station. Thought was the Robo 1 runner-up interview. It was just a random survey. Aww. Even if it didn't happen this time, being prepared isn't a bad thing. Masa-chan won the tournament. Amazing. Good job. How embarrassing. Someone needs to learn how to type, apparently. Happens all the time. We all have typos. Space candy isn't that impactful, is it?
ノック。
まあまあ、アメちゃんある？
あるけど。えい。
Akio shouts like that red comet dude, then tosses me a space
サンキュ
candy.
ー、今度返すよ。んで、また頑張れる見てたの？よく飽きないね。
I see a familiar anime on the phone droid screen that Akio is looking at.
おう、画面見ただけで頑張れるってわかるようになったんだ。ちょっと成長したね、カイ。
That's enough to make her happy. I pop the space candy into my mouth. The stimulation is refreshing as always.
やっぱりスペースアメは最高だね。
昨日と今日とそのスペースアメの社長さんに会ってきたよ。
マジ？ちょっと待って。まさかそれってミッチーの。
ミッチーのおじさん。
My jaw drops so hard that I might have dislocated it.
スペースアメってミッチーのおじさんの会社だったのか。
I'm both happy and disappointed at the same time. What mixed feelings.
でもあそこの社長さん結構手強いかも。少なくともミッチーよりは。
スポンサーになってもらえてないの？
インパクトが足りないって。
インパクト？
社長さんの興味を引かせる何かだと思うけど、土曜日は手ぶらで行ったから門前払い。だから今日は種子島審査を持って行ってきたの。一応ほらロボワンの準優勝マシンだし。
結果は？
それがどうですか？ちゃんと動きますよ。ほらほらほら。
ちっちゃいのう。インパクトが足りん。
こうなるとガンツクワンを持ってくしかないんだけど、未完成のものを持ってっても突っぱねられそうだし、完成してから持ってくなんて本末転倒だし、どうしようかな。
Akio plops down on her bed.
スバルくん連れて行けばロボワンチャンプだし。
そう思って今日連れて行こうとしたけど無視された。
相変わらず冷戦中なわけね。
カイにも一緒に来てもらおうと思って電話したんだよ。なのに出ないし。
履歴見たけど電話してきたのって午前中じゃん。日曜の午前中は寝てるね。
どうせ夜更かししてゲームしてたんでしょ。
ご名答。週末の夜は100勝を自分の中でノルマにしてるからね。
100 wins. This means that I gotta play way more than 100 matches. Even at my rank, I can't win 100 out of 100.
ねえ、今度は一緒に来てくれる？
名誉部長でのアピールはもう終わったんでしょ。んじゃあ俺の出る幕もないよ。ま、アキちゃんはせいぜい頑張って。
はい、久々に出ました。一言発言。前も言ったよね。ガンツクワンのパイロットは会で決まりなんだからね。
またその話？俺やだってば。
別に危なくないから。そもそもガンツクワンは歩くだけのロボで戦ったりしないもん。
転倒したら乗ってる人は死ぬでしょ。
転倒もしません。
とにかくパイロットなんかお断りだね。どうしても俺を乗せたいって言うなら勝負を。
しない。
んじゃ俺も乗らないから。
Akiho pouts her lips and takes up a stance like she's going to ruffle my hair up, but I totally ignore her. Like hell, I'm going to be safe riding in that paper tiger. Misani may have designed it, but Akiho's the one seeing its completion through to the end. And I don't trust Akiho Sinomiya.
なあ、そうそう。大徳さんのことをロボ部に勧誘してみたよ。もしかするとそのうち顔を出すかも出さないかも。
カイもついにロボ部のこと真剣に考えてくれるようになったの？
まさか。大徳さんが暇そうだったからなんとなく誘っただけだよ。
そこは嘘でも、その通りだって答えてほしかった。
期待に応えられなくて悪かったね。
Akiho lowers her eyes to the phone droid on her lap. The heroine, I think it was Rosetta-chan. Anyway, Rosetta-chan is talking about something.
ねえ、カイ、金曜日って大徳さんとどこ行ったの？
都市伝説スポット巡り。ロシアのブザー音聞いたり、クジラの死骸見たり。
何それ？
言葉通りだよ。あ、もしかして気になっちゃってる？
やだ、何言ってるの？別にカイが大徳さんとデートしててもうちは気にしないよ。でもほら、カイってこれまであんまりうち以外の誰かと遊びに行くことなかったから珍しいなーなんて。
じゃなくて、都市伝説スポットって何なのが気になるかって聞いたんだけど。
Akiho hurriedly stands up from the bed and for some reason puts on the glasses sitting on her desk.
カイね、やるようになった。
何も。
うるさい！
With perfect timing, or maybe the worst timing, I hear Akiho's mom calling from downstairs. Akiho quickly exits the room.
今日はもう帰るって。
俺そんなこと一言も言ってないけど。
うちはこれからお風呂入ろうと思ってたところなの。それじゃどっちよ？
She then hurries downstairs. Good grief. She's mad. Well, I have no reason to stay, so I guess I'll head home. Intense sunlight roasts the asphalt. I can't lie on the runway at this time of year, so I take refuge under a parasol. The old airport doesn't have much shade, nor does it have any modern conveniences like AC or fans. This place sucks during the summer and winter. I complain, but it's not like I can leave Akiho by herself, so I have no choice but to tag along. I've been busy with ghost stuff as of late, so I feel like it's been a while since I hung with Akiho after school. Akiho is focused on cleaning the hangar since Michio will be arriving soon with parts, scrap, and tow. As for me, I refuse to help when asked, so here I am kicking ass and taking names in Kill
ヤシ
Ballad.
オ先輩。
ん？
I raise my head and Subaru is standing before my eyes. I didn't even notice he was here. Sorry, but I was focused on humiliating an opponent who wouldn't stop turtling.
わざわざ俺に声かけるなんて珍しいじゃない。フレアですくん。スコール飲む？さっきアキちゃんが俺や君の分まで買ってきたんだよね。ああ、でも時間経ってるからもうぬるくなってるかも。君が来るのが遅いからさ。
Needless to say, the hangar lacks a fridge. And anyway, there's no electricity, so it would be
フレア
useless.
ですと呼ぶのはやめてください。バレたらどうするんですか？
ここには俺とアキちゃんしかいないよ。誰かに聞かれることなんてないって。
Subaru clearly looks irritated.
それより、アキちゃんがさっきサボりは許さないって君のことでブーたれてたよ。
部長には好き勝手やらせてもらうと宣言済みです。
He declared.
好き勝手って具体的には？
そのことでヤシオ先輩にお願いしたいことが。
俺？
For a moment, I struggled to comprehend what he's saying.
君は俺なんか眼中にないと思ってたよ。
Akiho's really the only one who interacted with him before he joined the club. Though I guess I'm the asshole who threatened him into joining in the first place.
ヤシオ先輩の名前すらつい先週まで知りませんでした。先週まではね。
Even though we've bumped into each other a ton. Derp.
俺が入部を強要したのをそんなに根に持ってるわけ？粘着質は嫌われるよ。アキちゃん見ればわかるでしょ。
入部のいきさつについてはどうでもいいです。
どうでもいい？
Moria said, "Hello."
Hello, Moria. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. So, this isn't about settling a grudge.
じゃあ
ロボアンでの戦いぶりについて。
ああ、そっち。
I suppose it's perfectly normal to remember the name of your grand finals opponent at Robo 1.
あの戦い方は誰に教わったんですか？初出場でいきなり準優勝だなんてかなり興味深いです。
別に誰にも教わってないよ。何も特別なことはしてないしね。日高くんだって初出場で初優勝じゃなかった？
プレアデスとしてはですが、その前に本名で一度出場しています。その時は3位でした。
That's still plenty impressive, though not as impressive as my showing.
俺はただキルバラと同じ操作をしてただけ。
それです。あのゲームの操縦方法をホビーロボに流用した発想、あれは誰が？
俺だけど、なんでそんな前のめりになってるわけ
Subaru composes himself, clears his throat, then looks out at the runway. Gun barrel prototype Model 1 upper half. Production start date 10/20/2011.
正直に言えば、あの発想は今後ロボワンの流れに大きな変化を起こすでしょう。それぐらいのエポックメイキングでした。
I don't know about that.
少なくとも専属オペレーターを採用する開発者は増えるでしょうね。勝利のために操縦の上手い人とチームを組むんです。
あ、そう。
ところで来月ロボワンの世界大会がラスベガスで開催されるのは知っていますか？
世界大会？
史上初の試みです。最近のロボットブームを受けて日本だけで行われてきたロボワンが世界中から選手を集めて開かれるんですよ。
This is starting to sound like a shonen manga or something.
それで日本代表は先週の大会で優勝したこの僕が選ばれました。
それはおめでとう。
It's then that Subaru turns to me. His sharp glare digs deep.
ヤシオ先輩、僕と組ま。
遠慮しとく。
まだ最後まで言ってません。
言わなくていいし聞くつもりもないから。
I have a bad feeling about this. My senses are great at picking up on this sort of thing.
いいえ、言わせてもらいます。ヤシオ先輩、僕と組んで世界大会に出てください。具体的には僕の制作した M45 のオペレーターを先輩にお願いしたい。
やだよ、以上。
なぜですか？
変なマスクつけたくないから。
すべてお見通しということですか？
ってマジでつけさせるつもりだったわけ？
すでに設定名も決まっています。ミスターヒアデス、プレアデスの弟という設定です。
Hyades, a star cluster located near Aldebaran, the first magnitude star of Taurus. In Japan, it is also called the Bell Star. In Greek mythology, they were half-sisters to the seven Pleiades sisters.
ノリノリだね。でも俺、スバル君と違って恥っていう概念を理解してる人間なんだ。
僕だって好き好んであの格好してるわけじゃありません。
設定名とかつけちゃってるくせによく言うね君。
とにかくオペレーターとしては僕より先輩の方が才能があるんですよ。これは買いかぶりではないし、おだてているつもりもありません。実際に対戦してみてそう確信したんです。
君ってさ、ホモなの？
That was a loud one.
そういうくだらないことを言ってるから僕はロボ部を軽蔑しているんですよ。ヤシオ先輩はロボに対して全く真剣じゃない。いちいち言動が軽いんです。そういうところが気に入らない。生きるのが随分楽でしょうね、先輩で。
Please, get off your high horse.
ええ、僕はあなたが嫌いですよ。もしかしたら部長よりヤシオ先輩の方が嫌いかもしれません。
そりゃどうも。
しかしオペレーターとしての才能は別なんです。
俺に才能があるとしたら、それはオペレーターの才能じゃなくて格ゲーの才能だね。少なくとも格ゲー界じゃ俺はめちゃくちゃ強いよ。世界ランク5位だし。
Granted, this is limited to kill ballad.
この際どっちでもいいです。世界大会にはまだ見ぬ強豪が数多く出場してくるでしょう。日本大会優勝者である僕ですら苦戦するのは間違いない。しかしロボアン発祥の地である日本の代表としては上昇を義務付けられているんですよ。
Now he's just rambling to himself. He looks cool-headed, but he's actually the passionate type. I should have assumed as much considering he was running around saying, I am Mr. Pleiades. Who does that?
そして僕の制作した M45 とヤシオ先輩の操縦技術が組み合わされば、その上昇という目標はきっと達成できます。
いや、断るって言ってるじゃん。
Subaru draws closer to me, ever excited, but I don't retreat. We're engaged in a silent battle of glares. I try to stay cool with a grin on my face. I can't avert my gaze no matter what. If I can just hold the course. At last Subaru is the one to turn away.
そうですか。
He sighs exasperatedly. Why am I feeling this way? Why does it feel like I'm the bad guy for being selfish and saying no? He's the one who went and made a crazy request, not me. It's just weird that he would even expect me to say yes when there's nothing in it for me.
ではこうしましょう。
Subaru flashes me a taunting grin.
キルバラで勝負です。
The moment he says that, my adrenaline starts to pump.
へえ、そうきたわけね。
This guy gets it. He actually gets it.
聞いた話では先輩はいつだって頼まれごとに対してこう答えるそうじゃないですか。勝負に勝ったら頼みを聞くと。
よく知ってるね。アキちゃんに聞いた？
いいえ、でも校内じゃ有名ですよ。ゲームのことしか頭にないロボ部の変人だとね。どうです？もちろん受けてもらえますよね、僕の挑戦を。
My laugh finally managed to escape my lips.
もしかしてスバル君さ、この俺に勝つつもりでいたりする？ロボワンじゃ君がナンバーワンだったかもしれないけど、キルバラでも同じように勝てると思ったら大間違いだよ。あまり格ゲーをなめない方がいい。
勝負するのかしないのか答えてください。
いいよ。
To tell the truth, I actually enjoy breaking the spirit of people with so much baseless
相手に
confidence.
なってあげようじゃないの。 でも後悔しないことだね。俺相手が誰だろうと手加減するのは嫌いなんで、途中で泣いても知らないよ。
望むところです。
Stream elements.
OK
Said,
決まりだ。
stay moist, my friends.
俺と勝負して
Hydrate.
もし君が勝てたら言うことを聞こう。昼ですだかなんだかにもなってあげるよ。
ヒヤデスです。
どうでもいいさ。どうせ君は俺に勝てないんだからね。昼バラ起動。そっち
Stingma. The name of a robot for mobile battler gun barrel and gun barrel kill ballad online. Piloted by Kane Early, the main character's friend, a unique cart trooper that is strong in aerial combat.
のアカウントは
MEL22 です。
じゃあ始めよう。世界大会出場の切符をかけてね。
Subaru nods at me, a serious expression and all. How could this be? How did this happen?
ちょっと2人とも部活中なんだよ。ゲームばっかりしてないでよ。ミッチーの車からスクラップ運ぶの手伝ってほしいんだけどな。ねえねえ、パーツ結構重いんだよ。じゃあいつもうちとミッチーの2人で運んでたけどさ、2人が手伝ってくれたらもっと早く片付くんだから。でっかい？どうしたの
？How could things have turned out like this?
約束は守ってもらいますよ。勝ちは勝ちですから。
勘弁してくれよ。
It seems like the closed hotel near the old airport is getting fixed up. Played 5 minutes, 1-0 off to hangar. Hey everyone, I am training daily to prepare for the World Tournament. Never forget your daily training. If you keep on practicing, you will grow mighty. Tonight's dinner, sautéed gourd. Until recently, I would go straight home from school to participate in the training. But after I graduated, Grandpa said that from now on, I didn't have to participate if I didn't want to. But what am I supposed to do besides training? How does everyone else spend their time after school? Didn't you mention something about urban legends the other day? Sounds like it would be fun to go explore the island, though there isn't much to see. The boys are getting along, playing games. Kinda makes me mad they don't help, but getting along is good. It's a good thing, but I'm lonely. Participate, which is right, the first one. I'm in shock. How did it end up like this?
もしかしてカイ負けたの？
負けた。
うちなんていつも手も足も出ないくらいコテンパンにされてるのに。スバルすごいね。なんか敵を取ってもらったような気分だよ。たぎってきた。まさかカイに勝てる人がこの島にいるなんてな。 だって世界ランク6位とかでしょ。
5位。
そうそう、5位だとしたらスバルは4位ってこと？
そうはならないでしょう。勝ったとはいえ粘り勝ちのようなものですから。
He's right. This brat is persistent as hell. Out of 22 matches, I only lost once. Just once. But it's true that Subaru is pretty damn good. He could easily make it into the top 200 of the world leaderboards. I may be 5th place and he may be a lower tier ranker, but even I couldn't go undefeated against him. The more matches we play, the more luck starts to be an element. Eventually, my focus gets ground down.
最初からこれを狙ってたか。
一度で勝てるとは僕も思ってませんでしたから。
I screwed up by not setting proper conditions. I should have limited the number of matches. If my opponent was Akiho, I'm confident I could win 100 of 100 matches. I let my guard down.
でもまあ約束は約束だ。なかなか歯応えのある対戦ができたしね。
That alone is satisfying in its own right. It's kind of nice knowing that I have such a capable opponent within arm's
し
reach.
ょうがないからミスターピコデスになってあげるよ。
嫌です。
その世界大会来月だったっけ？
そうです。それまでに M45 をヤシオ先輩仕様に改良します。
ちょっと待った。
Akiho suddenly shouts loudly.
何の話？世界大会って。
Subaru offhandedly explains things to her.
来月って来月？ラスベガスってロサンゼルス？
落ち着きなよアキちゃん。
いや、だってそんな。まさかスバル好き放題やらせてもらうってこういうことだったの？
ええ、そうです。
そんなのずるいよ。
もしかしてアキちゃんもアメリカ行きたいわけ？だったら変わってあげるけど。
勝手なことを言わないでください。部長じゃ足手まといです。
うちは別に羨ましいとかそういうことを言ってるんじゃなくて、来月の世界大会に出場するなら夏休みはホビーロボにかかりきりになるってことでしょ。
そうなりますね。何か問題が？
だったらガンツクワンはどうなるの？二人にも手伝ってもらわないと困るよ。ロボ部の本業が何か分かってる？ズバリガンツクワンを完成させることなんだからね。
今までだって俺手伝ってなかったじゃん。それに何度も言うけど、あんな危険なロボに乗り込みたくないよ。
本業というのがどういう意味か知りませんが、僕はこれまでずっとホビーロボをメインにやってきましたから。それに僕が提案した試作1号機の改良案は部長が全て却下したはずです。
あ、そっか。そうだった。そうだったけど。
Akiho says nothing further and trudges off toward the parking lot with slumped shoulders. Well, that didn't take much. I guess she never stood a chance against a united front of Subaru and I.
話もついたことですし、世界大会へ向けてヤシオ先輩にはいろいろと覚えてもらうことになります。
めんどくさいのはお断りなんだけど。
ご心配なく。操縦方法についてはロボ部のホビーロボと同じようにキルバラのシステムを導入するつもりです。
That helps a lot. The only reason I was able to get into the finals was because of the controls were the same as KB.
っていうかさ、ラスベガスでやるってことは最低でも何泊かしなくちゃいけないってこと？
そうなります。
I gotta hang with this guy 4 days. This is gonna stink. I can feel what little enthusiasm I had
パス
vanish.
ポートは今から申請しておいてください。発行には時間がかかります。
渡航費は自前とか言わないでよ。
それについては日本のロボワン実行委員会が出してくれますから、ご心配なく。
Well, that's a relief.
明日僕の M45 を持ってきます。あの機体の性能や特徴なんかを深いレベルで体に染み込ませるためにね。それとロボ部がロボワンで使っていたあのポンコツホビーロボを見せてもらいたいんですが。
名誉部長なら部室の方にいるよ。
名誉部長？
正式名称は種子島新生。でももう一つの顔はロボ部の終身名誉部長スバル君を敬うように。
そうですか。
Is he mocking me? Man, his sense of humor sucks.
では明日この場所にその種子島新さんを持ってきてください。
ああ、めんどくさいよ。部室でいいじゃん。
いいわけがないでしょう。プレアデスだとバレてしまうじゃないですか。
Is that really such a big deal? Why is he being so careful about this dumb second identity?
とにかく明日はここに集合で。幸いここは人目を避けるにはちょうどいいですから。よろしくお願いします、先輩。
After delivering his frosty words, Subaru leaves.
はあ、面倒なことになった。
I figured that if Subaru joined, I could make him do all the club work that I would normally have to help with. Instead, I feel like I'm going to have less gaming time than ever. The next day, after school, I reluctantly get Akio to open the club room so that I can grab the honorary
種子
prize.
島新さんをスバルはどうするつもりなのかな。
俺に聞かないでよ。とにかく持ってこいって言われたんだ。
Akio carries the honorary prize out of the club room. She stands it up on the lawn.
ハンガーまではカイが持ってってくれるかな。これ結構重くて。
それはいいけど、むき出しのまま持ってけって。東京に持ってった時はキャリーケースに入れてたじゃん。あれ使おうよ。
ケースに入れるには手足をばらさないとだから。カイが分解と組み立てをやってくれるなら別にいいけど。
はいはい。このまま持っていけばいいんでしょ。
For some reason, Akio seemed happy as she walks ahead of me.
なんかいいことあったの？
じゃなくて、なんかカイがスバルの子分みたいで面白いんだもん。後輩の言うことを素直に聞いちゃうなんて可愛いね。
What about this situation is even remotely cute?
好きで子分みたいな真似してるわけじゃないよ。
I would bail on all this immediately, but I lost an honorable match between men. I gotta keep my promise.
あえて言うなら、格ゲーマーのプライドかな。
かっこいいこと言っちゃって。負けは負けでしょ。
だからなんでそこでアキちゃんが嬉しそうなのさ。
だってつまりうちだって勝ちさえすればカイに何でも言うこと聞かせられるわけで。たぎってきた。
たぎられてもね。アキちゃんって俺との対戦数はかなりこなしてるけど、前からずっとガチャプレイじゃん。
Button mashing. In fighting games, it means to mash the stick and buttons while playing the game, usually used by beginners, though sometimes used by advanced players to ridicule others.
進歩ないんだよね。せめてコンボぐらい覚えなきゃ。出ないと万に一つしか俺に勝てる可能性はないよ。
I'm undefeated against Akio.
ヘトっぴですいませんね。じゃあこういうのはどう？もうすぐ夏休みでしょ。そしたら朝も夜も関係なく勝負を挑むの。 朝5時とかにカイの部屋に突撃して無理やり叩き起こしちゃうんだよ。寝起きでぼーっとしてるカイトならいい勝負になりそう。
そういう奇襲みたいなことしても無駄だから。俺が付き合わなくちゃそもそも勝負は始まらない。
だったら3日ぐらい徹夜でカイに休ませる暇を与えずに勝負し続けるっていうのは？集中力絶対切れちゃうって。
俺だけじゃなく飽きちゃうもんね。それに俺眠くなったら寝るし。
Akiho finally seems to realize that her plan was undercooked. She stops talking. The abandoned hotel stands in front of the old airport. Frau Kojiro is its current owner and only inhabitant. I never really paid much attention to it, but I've had this strange feeling since yesterday.
カイも気づいた？
何が？
監視カメラ。
For some reason, Akiho lowers her voice as she points them out to me.
マジ？
うちも昨日気づいたの。正面に2台、あと裏口に1台。入り口の自動ドアとかはね、壊れたままっぽいのに、監視カメラだけ新品ですごく変な感じ。それと真新しいシールが貼ってあったよ。ゼコムって。
それってなんだっけ？
警備会社だよ。
はあ、なるほど。
Frau, isn't this a bit much?
中に誰かいるのかな？
いるよ。大城フラウ、キルバラの作者。
A message.
メール受信。
Umisho, are you interested in hunting cheaters? The fastest animal on Earth? That's a cheetah. What I'm talking about are those chews that use cheats on KB. Can you help me? If K, please contact. Considering the timing. K, internet slang meaning okay. Please. Chew. It was first used toward people acting like middle schoolers online. Little by little, the definition expanded. When used as X-chew, it targets people who glorify subject X with admiration while denouncing everything else. Cringeworthy and embarrassing thing that you want to forget forever. You inevitably sink your face into a pillow and kick your feet against the bed when remembering. I reflexively look up at the corner room on the 3rd floor. I kinda looks like the window just got shut. She was totally watching us. I go back to checking the contents of the message. To be honest, I hate cheaters so much that I would gladly help hunt them down if it meant getting rid of them. Especially because the KB leaderboards are totally rotten right now. This is just my speculation, and I have no concrete evidence, just the gut feelings I get during matches. The people ranked 3rd to 1st are all cheaters. If Frau is making moves to eliminate cheaters, I would love nothing more than to help cleanse the leaderboards.
全員一にも近づくだろうし。
Frau Kojiro is a weirdo, so I don't really want to be friends. I do, however, still have interest in her as the creator of Kill Ballad. I'll think on it for a bit. I close my phone void without replying.
ねえカイ、コージロフラウサってこの前飛行機に乗り合わせてた女の子のことでしょ？なんであんな廃墟に住んでるの？
俺に言われても知らないよ。
変人なのかな？
変人だね。
そうなんだ。
When we reach the front of the hangar, Subaru is waiting, fully prepared. At his feet stands the hobby robot I fought in the grand finals,
待っ
M45.
た。
別に。それよりここに来る途中で誰かに見られたりしませんでしたか？
なんで？
スバルってば映画の見過ぎなんじゃない？ 誰もあんたのことなんか気に留めたりしないって。
茶化さないでくれますか。こっちは真剣なんです。
そんなにプレアですってバレたくないんだ。
いろいろ複雑な事情があるんですよ。
どんなスコールおごるから教えてよ。
部長のその無神経さは軽蔑に値しますね。他人のプライベートに何の迷いもなく踏み込んでこないでもらえますか。
Subaru's sharp words hit Akiho right where it hurts. She looks like she's about to faint in agony on the spot. I'll just leave her be.
名誉部長持ってきたけど。
I stand it up next to M45. The champion bot and second place bot from this year's Robo 1. Two heroes standing in a rural abandoned airport.
やっぱりそっちはでかいね。
I get a much better feel for its size outside of Robo 1.
でも見た目が美しくないよ。
Akiho grumbles from her position lying on the ground.
どういうことです？
かっちょいい側をつけたらって話。むき出しでかわいそうなんだもん。
そんな無駄なものをつけるつもりはありません。
ああ、そうですか。
そんなことより部長、種子島新さんのプログラム見せてもらってもいいですか？
Akiho pops up.
うちらのプログラムを参考にしたいの？どうしよっかな。これはロボ部員が代々築き上げてきた汗と涙の結晶だしな。まあでもスバルもロボ部員になったことだし、しょうがないから特別に見せてあげよう。部員になってよかったね。
She's puffing her chest out proudly for some reason. But this is nothing for you to brag about, Akiho. Most of the current Honorary Press's programming was written by Frau Kojiro in a single day, based on the KB system. Subaru connects a cord from his phone droid to the Honorary Press.
スバル君ってさ、プログラムもわかる人？
ある程度は。ホビーロボを作る上ではプログラムも組めなきゃ話になりませんよ。
Subaru groans as he looks at his monitor.
このプログラムは何が何やらすごいことをやってるようには見えるけど、一目見たぐらいじゃ僕には理解できないな。
In other words, it's too advanced. If even Subaru groans while looking at it, Akiho and I probably would get a headache if we tried.
このプログラムは誰が？まさか部長ですか？
まさか。
コウジロ・フラウ。
誰です？
キルバラの作者。世間じゃフラウ・コウジロだと思われてた人。
Until the week before last, I didn't think twice about that name. I figured she was a man in his 20s or 30s.
本名はフルゴーリ・コナ。この前うちの学校に引っ越してきた。
いや、あの東京から来た変な言葉遣いの女子がキルバラの作者。僕のクラスメイトですよ。
ああ、そうなんだ。
転校初日に来て以来一度も登校してきてませんが。
いきなり休んでるの？病弱なのかな？
単なるサボりでしょう。見るからに人と接するのが苦手そうでしたし、引きこもっているんじゃないですか。
でもその引きこもり女がキルバラのプログラムもその名誉部長のプログラムも書いた。名誉部長のプログラムについてはたった1日でね。
1日？これを？
そのおかげで種子島新さんにはキルバラと同じ操縦方法を採用することができたわけなのだよ。これが本番直前だったんだから部長のうちとしてはヒヤヒヤものだったけどね。
どうりで側や設計はポンコツなのに中身だけ化け物なはずだ。謎がようやく解けましたよ。 ロボ部の快進撃の秘密は部とは無関係な人間が組んでくれたプログラムのおかげだったと。
何それ。それじゃまるでうちや会が何にもしてないみたいじゃん。
部長は何かしたんですか？
したよ。そのプログラムを徹夜で実装したし、種子島新さんをオーバーホールしたのだってうちなんだから。
そうですか。
そうなんだよ。9年間も動かしてなかったものだから整備も大変だったわけよ。
このプログラム M45 に流用してもいいですか？
Akiho looks puzzled for a moment, then grins.
パクるの？
そう言いたいのであればどうぞ。少なくとも僕にはキルバラのプログラムを組む技術はありませんから。しかし M45 にはヤシオ先輩がオペレーターをするにあたってどうしてもキルバラ操縦システムを組み込んでおきたいんです。
So that's why he had me bring Tanagashi Machine 3 here.
コウジロフラウならすぐそこに住んでるから行ってみれば。
すぐそこと
駐車場の向かいの廃墟ホテル、あそこに住んでる。
そうなんですか？
Subaru thinks to himself for a moment, puts down his phone droid, and runs off.
ちょっと行ってきます。
おやおや、アグレッシブなことで。
Even at a jog, the abandoned hotel that Yashio Senpai spoke of takes less than 3 minutes to reach. Stationed at the entrance are brand new surveillance cameras and an intercom, completely out of place on this building. I try pressing the intercom button. The ringing sound reverberates through the interior of the building. I guess the electricity is working. A reply comes quickly. A girl's voice. I can't believe she actually lives in this abandoned building. People always say that geniuses tend to be eccentric weirdos. Does she have strange taste, or is she just an idiot? Judging by her words and actions on the day she transferred, she seems to be a gloomy person. I hold back a sigh of exasperation.
はじめまして、古郡コナさん。君と同じクラスの日高。
For some reason, she hangs up immediately. I try pressing the button again. Why won't she answer? Come on. No matter how many times I press the button, she won't answer. She already responded once, so she can't possibly pretend she isn't home.
本気で引きこもりだっていうのか。
At a loss, I click my tongue gently. It only takes about 10 minutes for Subaru to come back. He basically pretends nothing happened. I'm guessing Frau Kojiro didn't want anything to do with him.
さて、ヤシオ先輩には M45 の性能と世界大会での使用について説明しておくべきですね。この前対戦したのである程度は分かっていると思いますが、彼はパワータイプのホビーロボです。
彼？
For a moment, I have no idea who he's talking about, but I guess he means his robot. So he personifies them.
機動性についてはバッサリ切り捨てました。パワー重視の戦い方を前提にした設計思想です。ロボ部の種子島新さんとは正反対のコンセプトですね。基本は間合いに入ってきた対戦相手へのつかみ、投げが必勝パターンとなります。
マジプレイでしょ。俺あんまり好きじゃないんだよな。格ゲーじゃ嫌う人多いから。
ロボ案においても積極的に攻めなければ注意されます。
決勝戦の時もスバルは怒られてたよね。
注意です。
怒られすぎると警告になって1ポイント失っちゃうんだよ。だからカイも気をつけてね。
怒られたのではなくて注意ですから。それにあれは僕だけでなく双方にもっと動けという注意ですから。 ルールも把握してないとはさすがは三流ロボ部の部長ですね。
何その嫌味な言い方。
僕は事実を言ったまでですよ。
まあ今のは無神経なアキちゃんが悪いね。ミスタープレアデスのプライドを傷つけちゃいけない。
プレアテスと言わにゃいでください。
にゃ。
あ、
Subaru's face turns bright red, and he sighs to try and recollect himself.
町先方のデメリット、間合いの狭さについては対策済みです。パイルバンカー、この前の決勝で見せた腕の特殊機構です。
Those were a real pain in the ass.
あれ、やっぱりパイルバンカーって呼び方だったんだね。J バビロンはロケットパンチって言ってたけど。
パイルバンカーです。
だよね。それ以外の言い方はないよね。
当然です。
What's with these two? They actually agree on this one point. Is the name really that? Well, yeah, because a rocket punch requires a fist. A pile bunker is more of a spike. Those are two completely different things, man.
そういえばあのパイルバンカーやたら間合いが広かった気がするんだよな。こいつの腕の長さとは見合わないくらい。気のせい？
いえ、錯覚ではないと思います。パイルバンカー射出時には腰を90度ひねってるんですよ。これによりおよそ5センチは間合いが伸びます。パイルバンカーを装着したことによりミドルレンジでの攻撃が可能になりました。審判に怒られることもこれでなくなったわけです。ただこのパイルバンカーは連発すると凄まじくバッテリーの消費が激しい。そこで M45 はワイヤレス電源を採用しています。
ワイヤレスって普通じゃないかな。ポケコンの充電だってワイヤレスマートでやってるんだし。
The charger for phone droids is a mat only a few millimeters thin. Simply placing a tablet on the mat charges it.
それは電磁誘導タイプと呼ばれるものですよ。
Subaru's tone is filled with contempt, like he's saying, "Why are you bringing up something so irrelevant?"
ワイヤレスではありますが、マットにほとんど触れているくらいの距離に置いておかないと充電できないでしょ。M45 に採用しているものはそれとはタイプが違います。電場磁場共鳴型ですから。
Akiho starts tilting her head mid-sentence. Of course, if Akiho doesn't know what he's talking about, neither do I.
例えばトップレベルのオペラ歌手は自らの声を共鳴させてコップを割ったりすることもできる。そんな話を聞いたことはありませんか？
ありません。
同じく。
それ必殺技みたいなもの？
部長はアニメの見過ぎです。何が必殺技ですか？誰を殺すつもりか教えてください。
Well, if you could do it loud enough and shatter their skull or something, I mean, noise vibrations. At the very least, you can shatter their eardrums. I mean, there's a few ways you can do that.
そんな向きにならなくてもいいでしょ？じゃあ教えてよ、どんな仕組みなのか。
共鳴だと言ってるじゃないですか。声も音も空気を振動させることによるエネルギーなんです。
I'm already lost. I really don't care about any of this. Can I play Kill Ballad instead?
そしてあらゆる物体には固有振動数というものが存在します。物体に振動エネルギーを外から与えた場合、固有振動数が近ければ近いほどその物体も強く振動してしまう。それが共鳴あるいは共振と呼ばれる現象です。さっきの例で言うなら物体がコップで外からの振動エネルギーがオペラ歌手の声ですね。オペラ歌手はコップと全く同一の固有振動数を声により探り当てた。その結果コップは割れた。
ほほう。でもそれうちにもできそうなもんだけどな。
オペラ歌手と同じ声量を部 調が出せると。
あ、そっか。声の大きさも重要なんだね。
声量が大きければ大きいほどエネルギーも強大になるんです。コップを割ってしまうほどにね。
でも M45 にはそんな音を出す装置は積んでなかったような。
オペラ歌手の話は単に共振のことを説明するための例です。それをそのままワイヤレス電源に当てはめないでくれますか。ワイヤレス電源は距離の離れた2つのコイルを共振装置として使うものです。
Coil, copper wires rolled up in a spiral.
送信側のコイルに電流を流すことで周囲の電場と磁場を共振させる。
Magnetic field. A spiral field that occurs around electric currents. There is a large magnetic field existing on Earth, which is the reason why a compass points north. No one knows why a magnetic field exists on Earth. And here I thought it had something to do with the iron core of Earth, but okay. And I think this could just be a rumor I heard on the internet at some point. But I think at one point, like in prehistoric times, when dinosaurs were around and shit, the North Pole was actually where the Amazon is. It actually switched up at one point. Electric field. The area around fundamental particles containing electric charges are also affected by the electric charge. This affected area is called an electric field.
これにより受信側コイルにも電流が流れるという仕組みです。搭載している蒸気ット社製のワイヤレス電源なら送受信機が20メートル以上離れていても問題なく共振する性能があります。
へ
ワイヤレス電源を使うメリットは3つ。 M45 にとって一番大きいのはさっきも言ったように試合中の電池切れの心配がなくなること。電源オンの時は常時電流を送り続けるようになっていますからね。いついかなる時だろうと心置きなくパイルバンカーを連射できます。2つ目はメンテナンスのしやすさ。電池交換の必要がなくなるので地味に作業量が減って助かります。そして最後に熱暴走がなくなったことですね。電池と違って熱がこもらないんです。ホビーロボにおいては熱は意外と強敵ですから、ボディが歪むなんてことはザラで、それが故障や不具合の原因になることもよくありました。重量は普通のバッテリーより少し重いくらいなんですがね。そのデメリットを差し引いてでもワイヤレス電源の搭載は必須だったんです。
なんか宣伝されてるみたいだね。そのワイヤレス電源欲しくなっちゃったよ。でもお高いんでしょ。
ホビーロボ用ですからせいぜい数万円ですよ。
せいぜい数万？うちは特に数千円払うのさえヒーヒー言ってるのに。
Akiho closes in on Subaru. Her eyes look bloodshot.
そんな大金どこで手に入れたの？答えなさい、スバル。
ロボアンの優勝賞金ですが。
あ、そう。
Hey, think about this, Akiho. I doubt we would be going into this World Grand Prix as a club. So maybe if we win money there, we'll be able to get our money immediately, right? I mean, that would work, right? So really, it's kind of a good thing we're doing this. Maybe we'll actually get some money for once. And just like that, Akiho is despondent.
賞金か。賞金ね。いいな。自由に使えて。
I guess she still hasn't let go of that. Not that it's got anything to do with me.
さて、難しい話は終わった。
With things sounding about done, I make the conscious decision to cut in. Who cares about the mechanical
さっ
details?
さと俺に関係ある話をしてよ。いつまでもダラダラと話に付き合ってられない。
It's taking up my precious kill ballot time.
世界大会ではこの M45 をヤシオ先輩に操縦してもらいます。基本的な軌道については変更するつもりはありません。なので戦い方はヤシオ先輩の方で M45 に合わせてもらうことになります。
DLC の追加機体って考えればいいわけでしょ。なんとかするよ。
DLC, downloadable content, digital content made available through the internet, mainly used for video games, but also applies to movies and music.
ここで問題が一つ。ヤシオ先輩用の仕様として M45 にもキルバラの操縦システムを採用しようと思っていたんですが、まさか本物のキルバラの作者がプログラムを書いているとは思ってもみませんでした。おかしいと思ったんです。どう見てもチャランポランでいい加減なロボ部の2人にはキルバラに似たプログラムを組み込むなんてできるわけがないので。
カイ、後輩にバカにされてるよ。
アキちゃんもね。
ニャローの刑に処するか。
From the corner of my eyes, I see Akiho menacingly wiggling her fingers on both hands. I sigh.
さっきコウジロフラウに会いに行ったじゃん。なんて言ってた？
イルスを使われました。
I see. So he didn't even get to talk to her.
プログラムは彼女のものなわけですから、同意を得られない限り使うことはできません。協力してもらえなかった場合、キルバラ操縦システムは諦めるしかない。
おいおい、約束が違うんじゃない？俺はキルバラと同じ操作方法じゃなきゃ大会には出ないよ。そもそもそれじゃなきゃ操縦もできないし。
ヤシオ先輩はフルゴーリとは知り合いなんですか？
知り合いってほどじゃない。たまにネット上でチャットしたことがあるくらい。ダメ元でキルバラのソースをくれって頼んだら、なぜかホビーロボ用にアレンジしたプログラムを1日で作ってくれたのさ。
あの時は本当に助かったな。あ、そういえばうちその人にまだお礼言ってない。
別にしなくていいんじゃない？
ヤシオ先輩、フルゴーリを説得してもらえませんか？僕じゃ相手にされないので。
ああ、めんどくさいよ。
お願いします。それともまた勝負しますか？
Subaru's good enough that if we fought 100 matches, I would probably lose thrice. In other words, given enough time, he's in a position where he could get me to do anything. I'm going to really have to start setting some rules.
イルスを1回使われたぐらいでめげちゃいけないな。もう少しは努力しなよ。俺だって君には善意で付き合ってやってるんだから。俺の方も一応話は聞いてみるけどさ。
お願いします。
あのさ、もしプログラム使っちゃダメって言われたらどうするの？
俺は出ないよ。
じゃあロボ版には出ずにガンツクワン作りに専念を。
それはないけどね。
ヤシオ先輩が出られないなら僕が一人で出場するだけです。
でもガンツクワンのことを忘れないでくれないかな。早く取り掛からないと万博に間に合わないよ。
俺にパイロットをやらせるって話を却下するなら考えてあげてもいい。
僕の提案した案を採用してもらえるなら9月以降はたまに手伝ってあげてもいいです。
Akiho hits me with her usual hair-ruffling attack, then distances herself from us.
二人とも人ごとすぎだよ。もう
なんです今の？
八つ当たりみたいなものだよ。君も気をつけなよ。
はあ、ナンセンスですね。
まあね。
I bitterly smile and picks up my hair. Subaru faces me and offers me a
少
controller.
し動かしてみますか？キルバラシステムは入れてませんが。
いや、だったらいいや。
I then turn to look at M45. I ask one of the questions that's been on my mind since Robo 1.
あのパイルバンカーさ、照準はどうやってたの？
照準なんて必要ありませんよ。一直線上に相手が来たら射出するだけです。
Y 軸調整は？
The Y-axis up and down. M45 and the honorary Prez have totally different heights. It's not just the honorary Prez either. Hobby robots come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. When facing a short hobby robot, If M45 leveled its arm horizontally and fired, there's a good chance it would whiff.
試合前に次の対戦相手の大まかな高さを調べて調整を。パイルバンカー打撃時に腕を前方へ伸ばすわけですが、その角度を固定してしまうんです。
それじゃあ距離によっては当たらない可能性だってあるじゃん。
だからこそ使用はミドルレンジに限定してるんですよ。
I get it now.
こいつの頭にカメラつけて FPS 視点にすれば、そしたらキルバラみたいに照準も定められる。
そこまで高度なシステムを導入してもプログラムが複雑になるだけです。それに FPS 視点は視界が圧倒的に狭い。後方視界を自分から捨てるのはありえません。普通にリングを俯瞰してみた方が状況を把握しやすいでしょう。あらゆる意味でナンセンスです。
You just have to get used to it. I spend who knows how many hours a day fighting in the first person's perspective.
まあパイルバンカーの射出スピードなら細かく狙う必要なんてないか。あんなの誰も避けられないしね。何？
Subaru gives me a probing look.
でもヤシオ先輩はそのパイルバンカーをかわした。
まあね。
He probably wants to know about my attack.
あの時の反応速度は尋常じゃありませんでした。ナンセンスの一言で済むものじゃない。聞いてもいいですか？あの時一体何をしたのか。
答えたくはない。
I don't want to think about my attacks, and I certainly don't want to talk about them. If I could, I would make them go away forever, right here and now. That's what they called it in the newspaper headlines. The MF Anemone was a ferry linking Kagoshima Harbor to Tanegashima's Nishinomote Harbor. 9 years ago. Oh no, Americans, I'm sorry, but this is mildly triggering. I didn't realize we were going to go there. September 11th, 2010. On the very same day that TNSC launched the H-2A rocket Flight 18, an incident occurred. About 30 minutes before arriving at Nishinomote, 110 passengers and crew began complaining about feeling ill. Within minutes, everyone aboard the ferry had lost consciousness. For about 30 minutes, the ship was left running out of control and drifted into the East China Sea. Fortunately, most folks woke up, and thanks to the captain's spot-on orders, there were no casualties. The MF Anemone resumed operations and safely arrived an hour behind schedule. It was barely covered by the media. However, no matter how much the police investigate, the cause of the mass fainting remains unknown. Also, some of the passengers were left with serious after effects. That's me and Akiho. At the time, we were just 4th graders in elementary school. It was normal at our school to ride the ferry between Kagoshima and Tanegashima for ship field trips. It was a Saturday, and there was supposed to be a rocket launch that night, so I really didn't want to go. We were going to head to Kagoshima in the morning, sightsee in Kagoshima for half a day, then return via Anemone at night. After the accident, Akiho was left unconscious for 2 days, and me for 3. Misa-ni said that everyone thought we would never wake up, but somehow Akiho and I miraculously came back. Since then, me and Akiho have what we call slow-mo and fast-forward. These attacks are our after effects. There are others who were left with after effects too. Our ages all vary, as do the types of attacks. Things ranging from mild insomnia to serious memory loss. There's no consistency or relation in the symptoms. Doctors call it elephant-mouse syndrome, apparently. For me, 1 second in reality is expanded to about 30 of perception. From the outside, my reflexes seem superhuman. According to the doc, during slow-mo, only 1 second passes, but my heart rate jumps up to tens of times over the norm. Simply put, it beats about 30 times in a single second. Nobody's really sure how that alters my perception, though. Akiho's FF is the exact opposite. Her heart beats only 3 times in 30 seconds. The cause and cure are both unknown. The doctors just kind of gave up after a while. A year after the accident, due to a series of serious malfunctions, the Anemone was scrapped. It's rare for ferries to be junked like that, so some think it's proof that the MF Anemone was at fault. The truth remains in the dark. There are so many unknowns that I want to laugh at how annoying it is.
先輩大丈夫ですか？
何が？
急に黙り込んだので。
Subaru doesn't look remotely worried with a sour expression. Frankly, I would be more creeped out if he was worried.
君のせいで嫌なことを思い出しちゃってたんだよ。
そうですか。でもあくまで教えるつもりはない。
少なくとも必殺技なんかじゃないとだけ言っておくよ。あと、アキちゃんにもこのことは聞くの禁止ね。
部長にも関係があると。
これ以上聞くなら、プレアデスの正体を学校中に言いふらす。
あの超反応は任意ですか？それとも偶然ですか？
偶然というのが正しいかな。
そうですか。では戦術としては考えないことにします。
Looks like he doesn't intend on digging any deeper. It really helps that he's so understanding on this.
M45 にキルバラシステム実装したら教えてよ。それまで俺は手伝うつもりはないから。
That's what I've always done up until now, so if I give Subaru special treatment, Akiho would have my head.
それと君と話してると少し息苦しいんだよね。真面目すぎじゃない？アキちゃんみたいに適度に能天気な方がよっぽどいい。
I accidentally said what I was thinking.
僕としては先輩たちの能天気さにはヘドが出ますけどね。
そりゃどうも。
It's kind of refreshing to have someone be so nasty, so I ended up laughing at his words. And so, I daringly returned to Uchugaoka Park. It's stupid not to come to my favorite place because of some ghost. I'm willing to go toe-to-toe with a ghost for my peaceful and comfortable gamer life, if my attacks actually hit. It's been 2 hours since I started playing Kill Ballad here. I can't really focus well today, so I've lost to lower tier rankers 4 times. There are no signs of anything supernatural happening. I keep getting messages from mom saying come home soon, piling up in my inbox. I'm hungry, so I guess I should go soon. I definitely just heard a
アプリ
voice.
終了。
I glance at my surroundings. Is anybody there? Is anybody out there? Pile Bunker is so manly. I haven't been able to play Kill Ballad, and 3 hours a day doesn't count as playing. Gonna joke. I do like urban legends, but weird things don't happen in Tanegashima. Tonight's dinner, salt grilled flying fish. Ooh, nom nom nom. Squeezed in some time to play 10 minutes 2-0. Hey everyone, I got more news about Robo 1 Worlds. Worlds will be a week long. First to 5 downs loses. Fights that shall clearly showcase athletic skill. No one will defeat me. I need everyone's support. I told you come back when you're craving some pencil sharpener action. Start with the basics. I want to talk. Can you reply? Got too excited. Sorry. Gonna heal by reading thin books about Gin-sama. Getting anxious. We have to hurry. But I want to check out the hobby robots. Gin-sama! I think you're cool not growing over hobby robots. Anyone with your success at Robo 1 would have dived in by now. It's night and the area is pitch black. In terms of visible light sources, there's the moon and the lights at the Uchugaoka tracking station below. And Uchugaoka Park's lone streetlight near the entrance of the town hall.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
There are no cars driving by, and even the insects have gone silent. The wind is barely blowing. Bam, there it is. A message from Geiji Ni.
メール受信。手が込んでるよね、ほんと。
I'm getting really annoyed. Am I being pranked or is this really a ghost? Either way, I've come this far. Might as well see things through to the end. I'm sick and tired of having any more of my sacred escaping time wasted.
誰かいますか？
Of course, there's no response. No auditory hallucinations either. If the source of that voice is hiding somewhere, where could they be? I purposefully ignore the woods shrouded in darkness. I'm not so reckless as to go charging deep into the dark at a time like this. In that case, there are two candidates, Uchugaoka Park and the Uchugaoka Tracking Station. The latter is a JAXA faculty, so anyone but staff are forbidden from entering it. Daitoku-san said the mysterious buzzing sound is possibly a JAXA experiment, but it could be trouble if I went in there without permission, so I'll save it for later. Thus, by the process of elimination, I decide to check around Uchugaoka Park.
この郷土館って昔から廃墟だよな。
Warning: access prohibited without proper permission. The glass door is locked tight with a chain, so I can't enter. I doubt anyone would get mad if I broke in, but I'm not crazy enough to ignore the consequences of breaking the glass. I try to peek inside, but it's too dark to see anything. Maybe I should come back when it's light out. But I literally just heard that voice and got a message. The culprit might still be near. This is my best chance to track them down.
行くか。
While getting to the front is impossible, there might be another way in from the side. The thick weeds are taller than I am, so it'll probably be tough getting through. But it's all or nothing. I managed to make it to the radar tower, but this was way tougher than I expected. The weeds and branches scratched me up pretty badly. It's so dark that I can barely see my footing, so I take my phone droid out and turn on the light. It's just a doll. A poorly made paper-mache doll stares at me through the window. Now that is creepy as fuck. Wait, I remember seeing this thing way back when I was a kid. I was so scared that I clung to Misa-ni. Could this be Geiji-ni?
まさかね。
I wipe the sweat from my brow. Maybe I'll turn off the light for now. The radar tower is surrounded by a metal fence, preventing me from getting close. I doubt someone would hide her here anyway. It's hard to imagine any girl being gutsy enough to climb this tower in pitch black. As for the building windows, all but the one with the doll are closed up with metal plates. I can't see inside. You know, I get that they wanted to seal it up, but isn't this a bit much? How did I not find this strange before? Something's off about all this.
お、
I spot an exterior staircase. I'm a local, yet I never knew these stairs existed.
やっぱり届かないのかな。
I guess he really can't hear me. Oh boy. Well, I heard you just now, Boo. Oh boy, I'm not seeing any geotags. Just double checking for geotags, my guys. Not really seeing anything. I touch them with my hand and confirm that they're made of concrete. There doesn't seem to be any risk of collapse. I might be able to get in through the second floor. While staying on guard, I carefully climb up, making sure each step is silent. When I reach the second floor, the view opens up. It's still the middle of the night, so I can't see a thing. If nothing else, there are no weeds in the way. Lucky me. There's only a door at the top of the stairs. Naturally, it's locked. Off to the side is what appears to be a terrace of some sort. I climb over the railing to reach it. From there, I'm able to reach the second floor hall to the south and a narrow detachment on the north side. Unlike the first floor's windows, the second floor's hall's glass door isn't sealed up. I try opening it.
ここも閉まってるのか。
Then the culprit can't be here. As I turn to leave,
あ、
I spot something. Not a ghost. But one of the windows is broken with enough space for a hand to slip
い
through.
るのか。
I peek through the glass door and into the hall. Inside here, is this where the so-called gauging knee is?
宇宙が丘公園には女の子の幽霊がいて、その子は中学生くらいで髪の長い子だって。
Wait, if the window's broken, the female culprit has to actually physically exist, right? I could be getting misled by the handle name and the female voice. They could totally be a man. It's actually scarier to think that the culprit could be a real person and not a ghost. A bit nervous, I pull out my phone droid. There, I saw something move, and it was only on the IRUO screen. My naked eyes didn't see a thing. Am I dealing with a ghost or a flesh and blood human? What just happened? Oh dear. Something just happened. I don't know for sure what. Am I dealing with a ghost or flesh-blooded human? Which is it? I'm getting more and more irritated. After seeing this, no matter what it is, I can't go home until I find out the truth. Before I realize what I'm doing, I put my hand through the broken window. I undo the lock, open the door, and step into the hall. It's spacious, about 20 to Tommy Madsen's size. It's pretty dusty too. I turn on my phone droid light again. The dust is just piled up on the wooden floor. There are footprints all over the place. Men's footprints. These must belong to whoever broke the window, but that doesn't mean they're gauging me. A more reasonable assumption would be that they're like me, someone completely unrelated who entered on their own. When I go further into the hall, I spot stairs leading down. It's totally dark down there. Of course it is. Most of the first floor windows are sealed up, so even the park's few lights can't enter. Going any further is going to be impossible. Even for me, that would be way too dangerous. I mean, what if something attacked me in the darkness? No way, Jose. I'm not skilled enough to do a backstep and hit the enemy with a combo while they're recovering.
Huh?
Am I hearing things? Was that the buzzing noise? Where did it come from? Below? Or was it the radar tower nearby? I'm not sure. It sort of sounded like I was hearing it from all sides. I try returning to the
ど
hall.
うしたもんかね。
There's no way I can go downstairs. It's way too scary. If there is a ghost, there's no doubt that it would be hiding down
い
there.
や、そもそも幽霊なんているわけないけどね。
I joke, but imagine if the ghostly Genie had already crept up right next to me, like in a horror movie. I have no ability to sense the supernatural. I sure as heck never thought I would be doing this. This whole situation feels like a test of courage or something. If this is a prank, who would the mastermind be? I doubt it would be someone totally unrelated to me. I mean, look at how elaborate this all has been. Unless they have a crazy grudge against me, why would they have go this far? So then, who would have a grudge against me? Do I know anyone like that? Maybe some lower tier KB ranker I beat got heated and is trying to mess with me. Unlikely. The person closest to me would be Akiho. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a grudge because of how I treated her. But quite frankly, she isn't smart enough to pull off something this
うー
complex.
ん、さっぱりわからん。
I sigh and whip out my phone droid. I should at least examine this hall carefully.
こんなのあったっけ？
A power mark. Enter password. I try tapping it, and the icon shakes slightly, then displays a tag like a manga speech bubble.
パスワードを入れろって？
Does this power mark me AR tag have some connection to a device somewhere? Maybe inputting the password allows the power to be turned on and off. I have a bad feeling about this. I should probably ignore this thing. If I mess around with it, I could end up getting wrapped up in something super annoying.
そもそもパスワードなんか知らないしね。
ID 知ってますよ。
Again, I heard Keiji Ni's voice
教えてあ
again.
げたいです。どうですか？
I can hear her voice. There's some static, but I can hear her. Considering her timing, she seems to be replying to
い
me.
るのか？この部屋に。
います。
I point the phone droid screen in the direction of the noise. There. There, floating in the darkness, is a white body wrapped in faint light. There's no wind in the room, yet her hair, large ribbon, and the edges of her skirt sway around, lightly, softly, and there she lands, her frame both delicate and small. She looks like a doll from another world. She's a young girl.
やっと見つけてくれましたね。
これは。
She's real, no matter how I cut it. She's not animated, and she's not a polygonal model. She looks like a real live girl. Is she a
帰
ghost?
りの声届いてないかと思っていました。
喋ってる。
The girl's mouth moves in sync with her voice. I hear her voice coming from the phone droid speakers. There's some static, but I can hear her.
ねえ、お兄ちゃんって呼んでいいですか？
Even when I put the phone droid into sleep mode, her voice comes through.
お話したいです。
No way. No, no, no way. This is ridiculous. A ghost? Please. I finally get it now. It's all clear now. There is no ghost in Uchu Gaoka Park. This girl is... She's an IRUO app, an AI. That AR just now, the power mark, was most definitely her activation switch. It's not that she looks real. She is real. There's an idol or an actress who served as the model. They then took the video of that model and are controlling it as CG. There's nothing special about this technology. I mean, not a day goes by where you don't see CG people on TV who look just like the real deal. Hell, even the girl in front of me, upon closer inspection, has traces of processing in the color of her hair. I'm such a dope for getting scared over this. What a dumb
ゲージ
punchline.
ネーってのは君なの？
The AI girl spins her palms around the top of her head for some reason. It's like she's receiving some sort of signal. She doesn't even try to answer my question. I have no clue how many years ago this system got added, but I guess it doesn't have the ability to answer autonomously. This is so embarrassing. I've been seriously talking to an IRUO app this whole time.
ですです。
Her
明
voice.
日7月10日の鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方のお天気は晴れでしょう。ちゃんと聞こえていますか？ですですです。明日は晴れでしょう。
クリアになったと思うよ。
I try answering her, and she responds with a charmingly innocent and happy smile.
じゃあこれでやっとお兄ちゃんとお話できますね。
おお、会話が成立した。
愛梨はですね、お話が得意です。お兄ちゃんの名前だってちゃんと言えます。ヤシオカイトさんですね。
Hold on, did she just say my name?
なんで知ってる？
Did she steal my geotag when we were talking just now? Geotag info doesn't contain anything too sensitive, but I don't like the idea of someone taking my personal info. I got careless because of how she looks. There's no way for me to know if this AI is harmless or not.
答えてくんない。なんで俺の名前知ってるわけ？
ゲジ姉が取ってきてくれました。
I knew she was gauging me. The AI character pays no mind to the fact that I've raised my guard against her and instead continues to
愛
smile.
梨はずっとお兄ちゃんのことを見てましたので、
ずっとってどれくらいだよ。
お兄ちゃんがまだ小さい頃、ロケット打ち上げを見に来てたりした頃です。
The last time I watched a rocket launch was 8 years ago. Has this AI been running for that long? A chill runs down my spine. This ghost-like thing has been watching me this entire time. Meanwhile, I've just been playing Killed out here like it was no big deal.
説明してよ。何者なのか。単なるアプリとは思えない。
愛梨はですね、難しい説明はできないです。
AI の分際でごまかさないでくんない？
でも自分でもよく分かってなくてですね。
She has a troubled look on her face. These expressions are probably just part of her
ど
programming.
うしても説明が欲しいですか？
欲しいね。当然でしょ。
わかりました。だったらゲジ姉を呼び出してもらうしかないです。
君がゲジネーじゃないの？
There's another AI running around. A cold sweat drips down my back. I quickly glance around, but of course there's no sign of anyone. It's just an IRUO app after all.
では愛梨をタップしてください。
は？
そうするとゲジ姉に切り替わりますので。
Change over? What does that mean?
タップする場所は愛梨の体ならどこでもいいのです。顔だと愛梨がくすぐったいので、できれば胸あたりがいいかもです。
She then closes her eyes tight and looks like she's stiffened up. Is she waiting for me to tap on
さ
her?
さ、どうぞ。
Is this a trap? If I tap on her, will she take even more of my personal info? Phishing scams like this were popular for a while. Phishing fraud, a scamming technique that steals personal and credit card information by sending emails that appear to be from the bank. The person who receives it enters their information on a fake site. While it does invoke the idea of phishing for people's identities, it is called phishing, not phishing, with a P. If this is just a scam, I would be the only one affected. What if tapping her does something nuts like launch missiles hidden nearby and I end up starting World War III? I can't say the possibility is 0.
ってアホらしい。警戒しすぎかな。
I force a smile on my face and shake away my jitters. For now, I'll see where this AI takes me. I tap Ivory's body on my phone droid screen. Just like that, the tone of her voice changes. The innocence in her expression totally vanishes as she becomes somewhat distant.
つまり君がゲジネ。
ようこそゲスト様。アイリはサーバー内に常駐して自発的に情報収集およびコミュニケーションを行う次世代型インターフェースアプリケーションのプロトタイプです。対してゲジネモードは本来ロボット型の全自動情報収集エンジンです。ただし同時にアイリシステムを補完するためのナビゲーションシステムとしても位置づけられており、レポートファイルにアクセスするユーザーに対し専門的で高度なナビゲートを行います。当該の ID が関連付けられているレポートナンバー1は西暦2009年11月7日に記述されました。コミュニケーションを行う際には基本的に ID とお呼びくださって結構です。
なかなか高性能な AI だことで。
ありがとうございます。より人間に近い思考アルゴリズムを搭載することにより従来のアプリケーションよりもリアリティのあるコミュニケーションが可能となっています。
I'm completely overwhelmed. I've never seen anything like this before. Hell, I'm pretty sure I saw nothing like this in Tokyo. The level of quality on this thing is striking. At least it's not a phishing scam or a ghost. I can chill for a second.
それでなんで俺の名前を知ってるわけ？
アイリの運用が開始されたのは2008年12月24日となります。
That was about 10 years ago. I was still a grade schooler at the time.
宇宙が丘公園にやってくるヤシオ様のことを当該のアイリは以前からよくお見かけしていました。そこでゲジネーがヤシオ様の個人情報についてネット上から取得しデータベースに保存しました。なお個人情報保護法に基づき収集した個人情報についてご本人の同意なしに第三者に提供することはありません。
Information Privacy Law, officially known as the Act on the Protection of Personal Information. It was established in 2005 in response to the development of high-speed information communication affecting society. Personal information is a living person, able to distinguish an authorized individual and can easily collate it with other information. There are some exceptions. The law applies not just to individuals, but to companies handling personal information as well. However, it only applies when you are handling over 5,000 people in the past 6 months.
これまでの声やメールは全部君っていうか、アイリなの？
音声システムあるいはメールにより接触を図ろうとしたのは事実です。その回数は8年間累計で29回に及びます。
で、そんなに？俺が気づいてない時があったのかな？
ヤシオ様が何らかの反応を示した回数は 29回中3回となります。
俺って鈍感だな。
Not that it feels all that great having a ghost stalker. Either way, I was probably too focused on Kill Ballad to notice.
で、アイリはなんで俺に接触してきたわけ？
興味を持ちました。
興味を持った？
That's kind of vague. Is this thing really an AI?
公園にやってくる地元の住民はアイリにとって理想的な観察対象です。中でもヤシオ様はアイリの年齢設定にも近かったため最優先接触対象に選択されました。
聞いてないけど。
29回の接触実験が試みられコミュニケーションに成功したのは本日が初めてです。なおゲジネより何度か通知のメールも送付しています。
文字化けしてたけどね。
How was I supposed to read any kind of intent from those?
とにかく幽霊みたいにこの近くをうろうろしてたわけだ。ちょっとした話題になってるのは知ってる？
認識しています。アイリの目撃例が急増した理由としては2009年日本におけるフォンドロイド通称ポケコンの普及率は内閣府消費動向調査では約 5.4%、 2019年では約 87.1% となっています。ポケコンの普及率拡大により10年前には制約の大きかった運用テストを広範囲で実施することができるようになったことが影響していると分析します。
The more people who own a phone droid, the more people there are to report sightings of the AI girl.
アイリは10年前からこの場所に設置されていましたが全運用時間のおよそ9割はスリープ状態でした。そのためコミュニケーション時の音声出力システムにバグが発生していました。先ほどヤシオ様からアクセスされたことでトラブルを認識し現在問題は解決しました。
そのヤシオ様ってやめてくれない？
ではお好きなニックネームをご登録ください。登録には1、アイリジオタグに入力していただく方法、2、音声として発音していただく方法、3、ニックネームとして使いたいデータへのリンクを提示していただく方法があります。
2番で。
では音声をどうぞ。
まあ妥当なところでヤシオさんとかヤシオくんとか。
認識しました。まあ妥当なところでヤシオさんとかヤシオくんとかでよろしいですか？
それギャグで言ってる。その程度の音声認識能力しかないの？
She went quiet. Maybe she can't answer.
今の話もう一度やり直させて。
キャンセルしました。では音声をどうぞ。
ヤシオさん。
認識しました。ヤシオさんでよろしいですか？
よろしいです。
かしこまりました。この情報はアイリにも適用されます。ヤシオさんよろしくお願いします。
Her face expressionless, she bows to me.
で、アイリちゃんさ、お願いがあるんだよね。これから先俺に話しかけてくるのやめてくんない？俺はあの公園で集中してゲームしたいんだよね。いきなり声かけられると集中できないわけで。
かしこまりました。
よろしくね。アイリちゃんにもそう言っといて。
That's one problem solved. I'm glad I was able to finally get my peaceful gaming life back.
で、君を引っ込めるにはどうすればいいわけ？
引っ込めるとはどのような意味でしょうか？アイリを再度お呼びしますか？
違う違う。ここに入ってきた時は君はいなかったじゃん。俺がこの電源マークをいじったから出てきたんでしょ。またスリープモードにするにはもう一度このマークをタップすればいいの。
当該マークはアイリおよびゲジネーのスリープモード移行スイッチではありません。
あ、違うんだ。じゃあ何なの？
警告。ゲストユーザーにはアクセス権はありません。
え？
レポートファイルをタップした後、ジオタグにパスワードを入力してください。
Report file. Is she referring to the power mark? Gauging Lee mentioned something about a report file during her initial introduction to.
レポートファイルにアクセスするユーザーに対し専門的で高度なナビゲートを行います。当該の ID が関連付けられているレポートナンバー1は西暦2009年11月7日に記述されました。
A report, and it's locked. I solved the ghost issue, but now an even bigger mystery has appeared. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Regardless, this AI app named Irie is related to this report file and has been in this crappy place for 10 years. Almost like it's guarding the report. What if this is related to the mysterious buzzing sound too? Irie and that sound must be related. Uchugaoka Park is just a humble little park in the middle of nowhere. There aren't many places where one could set up a mysterious device without the locals catching on. Judging by the spreading rumors and the like, it's clear that all roads lead to the Mina Mitane-cho local hall. So what are my options? There's only one. I don't know the password and I'm not interested in whatever the report has to say.
じゃあ帰るよ。
ヒドゥンハンド。
は？
パスワードは HIDDENHAND ヒドゥンハンド。
What's she saying? Was that the password just now? She just blurted it
な
out.
んで教えてくれたの？
アイリが教えても良いと判断し、ゲジネーはそれに従いました。
That's one hell of a security leak. Someone should look into that. Seriously, should an AI program really be doing stuff like
参っ
this?
たね、どうも。
It feels like I'm being guided.
やっぱりさ、君が現れたのって最初から罠なんじゃないの？
Irie doesn't answer. She doesn't even attempt to. Creepy. Though she normally talks like an AI program, every now and then she feels like a genuine person. Like right now, she's gone completely quiet, refusing to answer my questions. There's no change to her facial expression, but her eyes are trained on me. It's like she's silently trying to appeal to me. Creepy. Irie is actually easier to talk to because she's so fake. I look through my phone droid screen and set my sights on the power mark in the corner, floating inconspicuously. It's a geotag that doesn't exist in the real world. The speech bubble appears over the power mark. A password. Kimijima report number 1. The color of the power mark changes. Green. All green it is then.
ようこそ、ヤシオさん。このタグに関連付けられたテキストデータは、イルオサーバ内のシークレットファイルです。位置情報、北緯30度40分、東経130度90分。コードネーム、君島レポート、ナンバー1、西暦2009年11月7日に記述されました。作成者、君島光。最終更新者、君島光。最終アクセス、2011年8月31日。
君島？
君島光に関する履歴をヤシオさんのポケコンに転送します。君島光はリアルタイム AR マッピングアプリケーションイルオの元統括ディレクターです。1977年12月9日生まれ、愛知県出身。2000年京都大学理学部卒。大学在学中に株式会社幸せ 4U を設立し、代表取締役に就任。イルオ開発をスタートさせました。去年32歳。
He's dead. If these Kimijima reports are text files that Kimijima secretly hid on the servers, does that mean they're like his testament?
ほんと勘弁してほしいよね。
This is way heavier than I expected.
やっぱり俺帰るわ。今のは見なかったことにするから、そっちももう干渉してこないでよ。
君島レポートナンバー1はすでにヤシオさんのポケコンにダウンロードを完了しています。いつでもアクセスし読み込むことが可能です。不明な点については音声または添付のリンクから相入りのトラブルシューティングを呼び出してください。今後ゲジネーが対応します。
I can see this stuff on my phone droid at any time.
勝手なことしてくれちゃって。
I didn't wake a sleeping dog. I woke a goddamn Cerberus. Everything about this is sketch. So much so that I feel like throwing up. Irie, Geijini, this Kimijima guy, even this report file. I never wanted to know that something this weird was hidden in a place I visit frequently, only 10 minutes from home.
ゲジネーモードを終了しますか？
ご勝手に。
終了します。
Irie blinks her eyes a few times to refocus, then looks at me and slightly tilts her head.
お兄ちゃん、帰っちゃうのですか？
What an innocent, puzzled expression. She almost sounds lonely. Good grief, that's one hell of a high-speed character change. It just pisses me off even more.
じゃあ、これでお別れです。これからは、愛理は一切お兄ちゃんに声をかけたりしません。さよならです。
She wears a smile on her face as she waves goodbye to me.
ああ、さよなら。
I'm relieved hearing that she's remembered not to meddle in my business anymore. Still, I don't want her responding to me any further, so I casually wave as I exit the building. This is a backup report in the event that I am killed. I have been threatened by someone. They are cleverly hiding themselves by sincere psychological mental pressure. I have a high chance of being attacked by an electromagnetic wave weapon. I do not know when you are reading this. One world order may have already been formed. Nonetheless, I am most likely no longer a part of this world, so I will leave the truth I know here. NASA is hiding the important truth from the public and has refused to report it. The Ulysses project was not just about researching the sun. In November 2000, while studying from the Antarctic Circle, they saw an indescribable situation occurring in the magnetic activity. They discovered a magnetic monopole, like the monopoles described in sci-fi. However, NASA blew it off saying it was fake. They used media all over the world to broadcast propaganda that made people think the leaked truth was a lie. This incident of information control was no doubt operated by the Tavistock Institute. In the end, their propaganda succeeded. As of the current year 2009, the discovery of the monopole has stooped to the level of an urban legend. However, this is the truth. The sun is coming close to exploding? The science predicts multiple major solar disturbances will occur in 2012, 2015, 2019, and 2020. These will severely affect Earth and the geomagnetosphere. If you think I am lying, look up at the night sky past the year 2012. You will see auroras occurring all over the world. NASA knows the important details regarding the solar disturbance forecast, but will probably cover it up due to pressure from an organization. The solar disturbance in 2012 will be said to not have happened. There will be an organization that will use the solar disturbance as part of a terrorist plot. In 2015, an extremely large solar disturbance will hit. Warnings won't mean anything. You can't stop it unless you prosecute them. An unseen force that can cause a global crisis will come without anyone knowing. No information will be provided. Many people will be killed, but that is only the beginning. The greater threat is a plan that will destroy human society completely. Isn't this game taking place theoretically in 2020? And isn't 2015 the one that messed things up? How do I see the thingies? Yeah, Crash of 15. Yeah, so yeah. And that happened, that was when the thingy happened, right? And it's 2020, right? So is this what's about to happen, or are we about to have another solar flare that's just gonna fuck everything up? Is that what it's saying? Where's that one? Where's that one tip list? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm not good with names. It was a name. It was the name of the boat. What was the name of the boat? No, that's the call wave one. What was the name of the boat? What was the name of the boat, guys? I hate it when I can't remember things. But the boat, when did that happen? When did the boat happen? I'm trying to remember. Because I could have swore that was a tip. On here somewhere was the boat, but no, that's not it. Tabog, no, that's the website. It bugs me when I can't remember things. It really does. I could have swore it was a tip on here somewhere, but either I'm just not seeing it, or I'm seeing it, I'm just not remembering that that's it. Because Osumi Peninsula is just a location. Odaiba Arena isn't a location. Oi, that's the welcome. That's the camera. That's the airport. And one is a rocket, right? Right. Was it not a tip list? Because swore it was, because that's the star cluster. Insider, and those are the rockets, and that's the engineer and spark thing. Gun build project, gun band, Google, Giovanni did at night. And that's a move, that's gyro sensor, that's G, that's Brahmin Epsilon, that's the rocket. Weirdness. Could have swore it was a tip list. Okay, but I'm pretty sure that happened in 2015, right? For the, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it's 2019. See it right up there. So that means that the next one's going to happen real soon, like maybe next year or something? Or I didn't notice the actual exact date. Is it close to the end of the year? By the time I return home from fishing, it's just before noon. I've been getting home around this time for years now. A decade ago, I would usually be back after noon. The reason is simple. Recently, the catches have been underwhelming, and compared to a decade ago, my earnings have fallen by almost half. After all that wasted effort, I find myself dragging my feet before sitting on the tatami mat. There's already a cold bottle of beer on the table for me. I always have a beer after returning from fishing. It's my daily custom. My wife is hurriedly preparing lunch in the kitchen. There's no sign of my parents who live with us. They must be working out in the fields. I take a pack of cigarettes out from my pocket for a smoke, but there's none left inside. The response from my wife in the kitchen is delayed. She sounds like she can't stop what she's doing. Irritated, I stand up and head to the shelf by the entrance where the carton is stored. On the way, I pass by my son's room. The sliding door is open. For some reason, I stop. My son Subaru is at school around this time, so naturally he isn't in his room. Unless my morning fishing trip gets canceled, I never see my son during the morning hours. I'm concerned, as Subaru has been acting strangely ever since he went to Kagoshima at the end of June. He's been somewhat restless, unable to focus even. In particular, I've noticed that he's been avoiding making eye contact with me. When I ask my wife if she knows anything, she just gives me a stupid answer like, he's just at that age. As his father, I'm a little concerned. After he graduates, it would be an issue if he didn't come fishing with me. He's inheriting my work after all. My wife wants to send him to college, but we don't have the money for that. That's why I'm especially concerned about my son's distant attitude. There was a time when Subaru was extremely rebellious. He said he wanted to go to university for robot engineering, but I naturally oppose this, fiercely. So since that's happened once before, I'm worried he might say something ridiculous again. For reasons even I don't really know, I enter my son's room. It's a tidy and clean room with few personal decorations to speak of. In fact, it's so clean that I find it hard to believe it belongs to a young man his age. My son can be pretty responsible in some ways. He's completely different than me in that sense. He must get that from his mother. What am I doing snooping around my son's room? What am I, a jilted lover? What's the point of this? Subaru once made me a promise. He said that after he graduates, he would inherit my work. Isn't it a father's duty to trust his son? I sigh and begin to take my leave. Just then, a piece of paper sticking out of a textbook on his study desk enters my line of sight. My son's room is tidy, so this one thing stands out like a sore thumb. It draws my attention. Without thinking too much, I pull the piece of paper out. I assumed it was a test sheet or something, but it isn't. In my son's handwriting is a list of difficult words, almost like some kind of code. I'm a fisherman, so I ain't too educated. I have no idea what any of this says, but I do know what he's writing about. Oh no, he got caught. He done got caught.
混乱に乗じて密かに緩やかに完膚なきまでに人類社会を崩壊させる計画が実行されてしまう恐れがあるのだ。
Daitoku-san is reading the text on my phone droid screen out loud. I figured an urban legend maniac like her might know something. In the end, curiosity got the best of me, and I read all of the Kimijima report. This is a backup report in the event. Yeah, we already read that just now, didn't we? Yeah. I guess they pull it up for us automatically instead of us having to find it. Cool. The contents of the report struck me as something that Daitoku-san would be into. Propaganda, a promotion with a specific intention behind it. Most of them are from either religious or political causes. This tactic has been used since the Roman days. After both world wars and the 20th century, this promotion tactic has grown craftier.
どう？
なんだか難しい内容だね。
なんかさ、妄想炸裂って感じがするわけよ。
でもオーロラのことについて書かれてあるけど、これ当たってるよ。
She's right. It is. Since 2012, the sun has been highly active. This made the aurora visible even at lower latitudes. Latitude, used to indicate coordinates on Earth. Latitude lines run parallel to the equator. Saying the equator to 0 degrees is separated into north and south by 180 degrees each. The North Pole is 90 degrees north, and the South Pole is 90 degrees south. Latitude is compared with the lines that run vertically to the equator known as longitude. If this file really was written in 2009, that means it accurately predicted what
あ
happened.
と太陽嵐のこ
あ、そうだよ。2015年だったよね。コンピューターとかが世界中で故障したのって。
と。15年クラッシュでしょ。でもレポートに書かれてる内容はこうだ。12年、15年、19年、20年に太陽嵐で深刻な被害が出るってね。実際には12年には大きな被害は出てないんだ。
Indeed, nothing happened.
2012年って私たちが子供の頃、結構話題になってたよね。マヤの暦が終わる年だったから、それと結びつけて地球は滅びちゃうんだっていう終末論をよくやってた。
Maya, an ancient civilization that lasted over thousands of years, originated in current Mexico and Guatemala area in 2600 BC. It is mysterious how it started and ended. They built pyramids in jungles and discovered the concept of the number 0. The Mayan calendar ends in December of 2012, and rumors spread that the world would come to an end as well. Those rumors were very popular in Japan in the 2000s.
2012年滅亡説を題材にしてね、ハリウッド映画なんかも作られたぐらいだし。
Nothing actually happened.
ちなみに今年はもう7月も途中だけど、太陽嵐のニュースとかって見た？
ない。逆に全くないっていうのがちょっと怖いかな。隠蔽されるってそのレポートにも書いてあるし。
どうかな。
Would it even be possible to suppress information from an organization like NASA? Though I guess giant organizations with immense sway are off the subject of conspiracy theories. As a dude living in the middle of nowhere, it all just seems like a silly fantasy tripe. The problem with conspiracy theories is that once you start questioning things, it never ends. Like an obsession, any trivial thing can be tied to a theory. At that point, it's just a
こ
delusion.
の短い文章の中に組織の名前がいっぱい出てくるよね。NASA とか旅ストックとかとある組織とかテロ計画をしようとする組織とか。この中でね、とある組織っていう書き方は
この文章の性質を考えるとなんかその変かもって思った。殺されるかもしれないからこっそり誰かに伝えるために残したものならこれ告発文書でしょ。それなら情報はぼかさないはずだし。
確かにこれじゃ誰に向けて発信しているのか謎だよね。ちなみにさ、これを書いた君島こうって人の名前に聞き覚えある？
Daitoku-san shakes her head horizontally in response. Her smile is somewhat strained.
聞いたことないかな。そのごめんなさい。
I figured.
でもね、この文章の内容はよくわからないけど、ヤシオくんがこれを見つけた時の状況は面白いかなって。
Fascinating.
種子島のあちこちにそんな怪文書が隠されてるかもしれないんでしょ。
This report is designated number 1, which means there could be a 2 and beyond. Not that there's any guarantee of that.
探したくなっちゃうかな。
探してみたら？手がかりは女の子の幽霊だよ。
幽霊じゃなくてなんとかアプリだってヤシオくん言わなかった？
Well, I think I know our next objective, right? I mean, the cave that we just were at, just like a couple days ago. Haven't there been multiple reports of her being near that cave? I think it introduced itself as a navigation interference app,
何にせよ
interface app.
他のファイルがあるとしたら、その近くにはイルオでしか見えない女の子がうろうろしてる。
機会があったらなんとなく探してみるね。
Daitoku-san's smile is clearly forced. I probably shouldn't expect much.
いらっしゃい。
Feels like I just dug up something troublesome. No reply. You okay? Kai was acting weird the whole time in class. I don't have the courage. Oh my. Auctioned items came in. X-Fed is amazing. They will deliver even to a distant island. That gets me excited. Seriously, the Ina-Eli dojins are way too pricey. 10,000 yen? That is pretty is it worth it? Starting the unboxing ceremony. Tara hyperventilating. What a dangerous item. The inside is too amazing. This must have killed people when it came out. You okay? What was in there?
どうも、今日もお綺麗で。
Mizuka-san gives me a bored look, then goes back to sorting sales
スポン
slips.
サー探しの件かい？それならめぼしいところは見つかってないから出直してきな。
That's right. I had her doing that too. I wonder how things went with the space candy company. Has Akiho made any progress with the
その
president?
件じゃなくて、ちょっと聞きたいことがあって。
情報が欲しいなら分かってんだろ？
For just a moment, Mizuka-san's languid eyes regained their
Stream
brilliance.
Said, "Stay moist, my friends.
本当に
Hydrate."
大事だと。
あんたは地元名物の特産品を買うことで地域振興の役に立ってるんだよ。立派じゃないか。
じゃあ、水賀さんも一緒に食べる？
嫌だね。
This woman is a demon.
でも、こんなことのために苦しみたくないんだよな。とりあえずさ、 聞くだけ聞いて判断してもらえないかな。
ああ、まったく口だけは達者になっちゃって。
Mizuka-san shrugs and stops sorting the sales slips.
言ってみな。
Nailed it. I leaned in closer to
とあ
Mizuka-san.
る人物のことをなんとなく調べてるんだ。今回は水香さんも知らないってんならそれ以上無理して調べる気はない。
もったいぶってるんじゃないよ。こっちは忙しいんだ。
How so? I'm literally the only other person in the
多
store.
分島の人間じゃないとは思うし、しかも何年も前に亡くなってるんだけど、君島こうっていう人聞いたことある？
The very moment I say his name, all the color drained from Mizuka-san's face, almost as if someone poked a hole in it. I've never seen her react like this before. I might be as shocked as she is. Does she actually know this
ど
guy?
こでどこでその名前を。
I didn't fail to notice that Mizuka-san's lips were trembling slightly as she muttered this. The elevator door opens heavily. The office that I step into is deserted. The 17th floor of the Exoskeleton Company HQ in Aoyama is occupied by the Hug Test Run Room. While I'm usually doing PR work on TV, my real occupation is as a test pilot for Hug prototypes. 3 million Hug units have been sold worldwide, but only a small number of the existing series models are for sale. Most prototypes never see the light of day, undergoing repeated tests here in the test run room. It's closing hours, so the lights are off in the test chamber. The pilots who work overtime are nowhere to be found. I checked beforehand, but I nonetheless use my phone droid to reconfirm that nobody is left in the office. Things remain unchanged, which means there's only one person still here. I head straight to the section chief's room. The office door is open wide. I look inside the room to see Sawada sitting on his chair, looking at the monitor mounted to the wall.
失礼します。
I then step into the room. I close the door behind me. Sawada gives me a quick glance, then appears to point me to the monitor with a jerk of his chin. On the monitor is footage from the Robo 1 Grand Finals that took place the other day. But it's not the footage aired on TV. It's video taken from the venue's guest seats that day. He probably acquired it from someone in the audience. He truly is a cunning man.
見たか？
試合でしたら。
いや、彼の動きだ。
It's obvious which of the two operators he's referring to.
オンエア版ではオペレーターが映っていなかったからな。映っているものを探すのは骨が折れた。
おっしゃっていただければ私が手配しましたが。
必要ない。君は忙しいだろう。それよりも彼だ。
Sawada is fiddling with a pen in his hand. He points it at the
や
monitor.
はり一時的にではあるが、常軌を逸した動きを見せている。あの時感じた違和感は気のせいではなかった。彼は異常だよ。間違いなくね。少なくとも人間技ではない。
その少年についての調査報告をまとめました。ご覧になりますか？
ずいぶん時間がかかっ
どういう意味でしょうか？
た。邪推するつもりがない。報告を聞こう。
データを転送します。
I fiddle with my phone droid.
メール受信。
Sawada receives it and looks at his own phone droid screen.
八潮海斗、現在18歳。 2001年5月5日生まれ、鹿児島県種子島出身、職業は学生。9年前のアネモネ号事件の被害者の一人です。
That was the name of the bloody thing. No, I guess it isn't a tip, because it would be right here. That feels weird. So what does sharp gaze pierces through me?
では、あの超人的な動きには沈黙の兵器が関係している
と。はい。ヤシオカイトの反射神経の急激な上昇は実験の後遺症です。
Phase 3 Troposphere Regulator. Let's go. No idea how many phases there are, but you know, we're doing something. Something.
終わった
ー。My monthly custom oiling gun build 1. Once I start, it takes about an hour of solid work. Maybe it's because it's hotter than last month, but I notice I'm soaked in sweat.
着替えといて正解だったよ。
Actually, I did maintenance in my school uniform last month, and Kai almost saw my underwear. But today I'm in my work clothes, so I've got nothing to worry about. Plus, it doesn't matter how much I sweat. I put the oiler back on the shelf. I pop open a lukewarm skull that's been sitting around for a few hours. The wind is pretty strong today. My sweat actually cools me down, making me feel a little chilly. I lean up against the hangar wall and look up at the incomplete gun build 1. A lot has changed in a month. I went to Tokyo, did well at Robo 1, and the club has a new member.
なのに、お前はちっとも変わってないね。
Still stored with its upper and lower bodies separate, Gun Build 1 obviously doesn't reply. I pick up the notebook sitting on the shelf and flip through the pages. This is the production notebook for the Gun Build project. It's basically the last 9 years of Robot Club history. Completion of Gun Build 1 is, as of 2019, stuck at around 70%. No new sections have been added after I became the president. The upper body section stands upright, but it doesn't have arms or a head. It's basically just a big block. The design on the chest kind of looks like a pair of eyes, so the whole torso resembles a face. The armor is pretty much complete. Most of the upper body is occupied by the cockpit, though I guess it would be more accurate to say that the column-shaped cockpit is covered and hidden by the armor. The cockpit hasn't been wired up yet, so all it has is a seat with a backrest. The arms and head haven't been added yet since they're not important. They're just decorative. They don't move. For the record, both arms are already complete. They've been sitting in a corner of the hangar for years. As a personal aside, we definitely have to reproduce Gun Barrel's trademark scarf. But by my calculations, I'll need a long cloth around 7 to 8 meters in length, so it'll be hard on the budget. The lower body is lying down on the floor. The main section of Gun Build 1 isn't the upper body, it's this one. The greatest and sole function of Gun Build 1 is to walk after all. The legs are extremely important. Although only the right leg is complete, it's supposed to have 6 servo motors, but I still only have 3. That's why I can't build the left leg. Out of everything on Gun Build 1, those cost the most. The servo motors are too big, so they have to be custom made. By the way, the one making them for us is none other than Doc at the Robo Clinic. That oldie but goodie is really skilled when it comes to these things. But I can't pay him back, which means I still can't go over there yet. If I showed up at the Robot Clinic without his money, He would ice me in a heartbeat and stuff me in one of those life-size robots in the back, and then we would be playing Freddy Fazbear instead of this game. Anyway, that's why progress on Gun Build 1 has been less than satisfactory. It's frustrating that I've barely had anything to add to the production notebook. I sigh, then look outside. The boys, Kai and Subaru, are playing with their hobby robot. They both have serious expressions on their faces. They have zero intention of helping me with maintenance, but in some ways that's kind of
結
refreshing.
局この構図なんだよな。
It was this past spring when the robot club dropped down to 2 members. I would be out of breath in the hangar, covered in sweat and oil, while Kay sat around happily playing games. Even though Subaru's joined the crew, nothing has changed.
変わってないんだよ。
Despite the last month being so eventful, nothing's changed at all. Are we really going to be able to complete Gun Build 1 before the expo? A strong wind blows across the old airport apron. Kill Ballad Patch version 401 information. Second character balance patch in the works. TBR tweaking Snicher a bit. The others are a secret. My mind is going a little crazy from thinking about the hug accident. It is unacceptable and they need to prevent it from happening again. I want XKey to do full research on it. People are getting hurt from robots is too sad. Played 40 minutes, 9-0, taking a quick break. I hope Big Sister is okay. Should I go? What to do? Nice. My stomach is starting to hurt, I think. Feels the same as before a match. She should take a vacation and come back to the island for once. Misa Ni is just too busy. It's way too strong, causing M45 at my feet to shake and lean to the side. Subaru manages to support it with his hands before it topples over. I stretch out while still holding my phone droid, vacantly gazing out at the runway. The sky to the west is dyed light orange.
スバルくんさ、
何ですか？
ロボワン3回優勝したんだよね。で、優勝賞金っていくらだった？
それぞれ500万です。
それどうしてるの？親に持ってかれた？
必要最低限の額だけ残して他は寄付しました。
え、そうなの？そりゃもったいないね。なんで？
まだ学生ですから。残りの管理もロボワン事務局に任せてます。 M45 のパーツ代とか遠征費とかが必要になった時に事務局に連絡して引き出してるんです。
ストイックだね。職人かたぎか。でもなんか事務局とべったりとも取れるけど、実はひいきしてもらってたりするんじゃないの？
そう思いたければどうぞ。
冗談だよ。
I, of all people, know how skilled he is after our match.
あー、しかし喉乾いた。スバルくんさ、ちょっとコンビニまで一っ走りしてジュース買ってきてくれない？俺フルーツサワーメロン、あとアキちゃん用にスコールも。
お断りします。
可愛げのない後輩だな。
先輩面しないでくれますか？そういう前時代的な上下関係はヘドが出ます。それに僕はロボ部に望んで入ったわけじゃありませんから。
でも暑くない？冷たいジュースを飲みたい気分でしょ。自販機が近くにあればな。ほんと不便な場所だよ。
僕にとっては理想的な環境ですが。
本気で言ってる？
ええ、こんなに広くて人がいない場所はね。今まではこそこそ隠れて M45 をメンテしていたので。
マスクマンは大変だね。
He might have reasons beyond that.
ちなみにさ、こいつ全然動かないんだけど。
For the last while now, no matter how much I tinker with my phone droid, M45 doesn't budge. Subaru apparently spent the last few days implementing the KB control scheme into M45.
プログラムのどこかにミスがあったか。
さすがに一日じゃどうにもならんでしょう。俺にテストプレイさせるならさ、もうちょっと洗練させてから持ってきてよ。
昨日種子島新さんのプログラムを真似て作ってみようと思ったんですが、これは中途半端な知識では難しいかもと思い始めました。
ブレアデス君ともあろうもんは弱気じゃないか。
僕はソフトウェアじゃありませんからね。どちらかといえばハードの方が得意なんです。
それ言い訳？キルバラの操縦システムを再現できないって言うなら俺は降ろさせてもらうよ。
I make my intent clear, and Subaru bites his lip, frustrated.
やはりフルゴーリと話をつけるしかないか。
ヤシオくん。
I hear a voice I wasn't expecting, and turn around to find a tiny girl standing before me. When our eyes meet, she bows slightly.
こんにちは。
ああ、やっぱりちっちゃい。ああ、いや、なんでもないよ。それより大徳さんはどうしてこんなところに？
この前ヤシオくんが言ったんだよ。一度でいいから顔出してって。
もしかしてロボ部入るの？
そういうわけじゃ。ただ受験勉強するのって嫌になるよね。
Daitoku has a bashful expression on her face.
それについては 100% 賛成するよ。
Man, I didn't think she would actually show up. She must really have a lot of free time now that she's retired from the karate club. This is my chance. When I forced Subaru into the club, I figured he would have to follow Akiho's orders. I would be free as a bird to game. Yet somehow I ended up playing hobby robot with him. Hell, I can't even monitor Akiho all that much now. Everything blew up in my face. But if I have this stray little lamb watching over Akiho, I can at least relax a little. Though she seems a wee bit unreliable. But hey, since she did karate, she should have solid reflexes. She might even be able to take my place as Gunbuild 1's pilot.
じゃあ大徳さん、心ゆくまでロボ部の活動を見てってよ。
I made it sound all grand and stuff, but we aren't actually doing much as a club. Subaru shows less than zero interest in Daitoku-san as he packs M45 away.
スバルくん、大徳さんに挨拶したら？仮にも君より上級生なんだからさ。
どうも。
Subaru briefly glances at Daitoku-san, then bows his head slightly.
彼はロボ部機体のホープ2年の日高スバルくん。先週入部したばっかり。
大徳です。
Well, this is awkward. He has zero social skills. At least Akiho knows Daitoku-san. I'll just have to leave things to her. I'm about to call into the hangar when a strong gust of wind blows by. Despite doing karate, the wind causes Daitoku-san to lose her
ここ
balance.
遮るものが何もないから風強いんだよね。
大丈夫。でも広いね。私この空港久しぶりに来た。
Normal people don't really tend to visit closed
滑
airports.
走路で寝るのがおすすめ。ただし今の時期は昼間に寝ると死ねるから気をつけて。
なんだか気持ちよさそう。
As soon as I think I hear a shout, Akiho comes dashing out of the hangar. She looks back and forth at me, and Daitoku-san's face is like she's panicking.
ついにどっちが告白しちゃった？
アキちゃん、何くだらないこと言ってんの？
じゃあなんで？
Daitoku-san curls up, but I urge her forward.
そのロボ部の見学に。そうなんだ。そっか、そっちか。
Akiho's smile covers what seems like her entire face as she grabs both of Daitoku-san's hands firmly.
ようこそ歓迎するよ。ハンガーの中覗いてってほしいな。ガンツクワンを見たらね、きっとびっくりするよ。そのお邪魔じゃなければ。全然、ぜひ見てて。それでロボ部に入ってくれると嬉しいな。もうね、最近そっちの男子2人がうちのこと無視してホビーロボでばっかり遊んでるんだよ。あ、ホビーロボっていうのは今スバルが片付けようとしてるちっちゃいロボのことね。でね、男子は男子で勝手にやってるから、大徳さんが入ってくれればうちも女子連合軍を作れるわけ。
軍って誰と戦ってるんですか？
男子。
くだらないですね。
Subaru coldly spits out his words, then starts messing with the program source code on his phone droid attached to M45. And there he goes, off to his own little world. Dude just follows his own path.
もしかして私怒らせちゃった？いつもあんな感じだから気にしないでいいと思うよ。
ええ、気にしないでください。
ねえ、そんなことより大徳さん、今日この後一緒にロボクリニックに行ってくれない？なんで？パーツを加工するのにさ、あそこの設備をどうしても使わなきゃいけなくて。でもうち実はドックから借金踏み倒し中なんだ。顔合わせたら確実にひねり殺されちゃう。ひねりというわけで、孫の大徳さんを盾にすればなんとかなるかなーって。
Didn't you try this exact same strap before, Robo-1, and fall on your face?
アキちゃんには卑怯者という称号を送るよ。
無理だから。
Daitoku-san enters a full rejection mode. Her eyes are filled with tears as she desperately shakes her head from side to side.
そのお邪魔しました。私帰るね。嘘。ロボクリニックのことは嘘だから行かないで、見学してって。
Good grief. Could Akiho be any worse at trying to solicit people? Akiho ends club before sunset, then decides to hold a welcome party at the Irie General Store.
それじゃあ新入部員のスバルとジュンを歓迎して乾杯。
乾杯。
乾杯。
I'm actually impressed by how uncoordinated that was.
スバル、あなたのこと歓迎してるんだから少しはありがたがってよ。
別に頼んでませんから。おごってもらって感謝はしていますが、これを飲んだら先に帰らせてもらいます。
He then puts some distance between himself and us, drinking his bottle of barley tea.
相変わらず可愛くない後輩だな。ほらジュンは遠慮せずにグビッといっちゃってよ。グビッと。
まるでおっさんだね。
And when exactly did she start referring to Daitoku-san as June? The long and the short of it is that Daitoku-san joined the Robot Club today after visiting. As I expected, Daitoku-san is helplessly weak when it comes to being pressured.
で、大徳さん、見学してみてどうだった？
楽しかったよ。楽しかったけど、まさか してるなんて自分でも思ってなくて、なんかびっくりしてる。
アキちゃんが拝み倒してたからな。
Satisfied with herself, the president sips her skull.
ロボ苦手って言ってたけど、あのでかいロボは平気だった？
あ、うん。多分大丈夫。大きいのはまだ完成してないからだけなのかもしれないけど、でも小さいのは可愛くて平気だったよ。その話うちもさっき聞いたんだけど、ロボが苦手っていうよりね、ジュンの場合は特定のデザインの等身大ロボだけが苦手なんじゃないかな。具体的に言うとどこのところにあるロボね。
アキちゃん見たことあるの？
Akiho shakes her head.
ロボクリニックに開かずの扉があるのは気になってたんだ。きっとあの中にあるんだよ。開かないならもうそのままにしておいた方がいいと思う。でも気になるじゃん。ロボクリニックって名乗ってるぐらいだからさ、人体を改造してロボにしちゃってたりして、あの倉庫に保管してあるロボは全部人間の脳を移植されてて、夜な夜な苦しみにうめっ声が。やめてよ。
ああ、泣かした。
なんて嘘。ドクはいい人だよ。ケチだけど。
You're one to talk, considering you haven't even paid him back for the parts.
大徳さんさ、俺もこれからジュンちゃんって呼ばせてもらうけど。
どうぞ。
ジュンちゃんこの前宇宙が丘公園に行ってからレポート探したりした？
なんかちょっと怖くて。何？
幽霊の正体。
何それ？宇宙が丘公園に幽霊が出るって噂があったの。
俺とジュンちゃんの間では解決済みだけどね。
へえ、幽霊が出るなんて初めて知った。
Her information gathering antenna must be weak.
でもどうせあれでしょ。その幽霊実は怪でしたってオチでしょ。日が暮れてからそこの公園でいっつもゲームばっかりやってるもんね。
まあそういうことにしとくよ。今度ジュンちゃんから詳しく聞けばいい。
It's too much of a pain in the ass to explain.
じゃあさ、ジュンちゃん、ピーガー王の正体の方はその後進展あった？
Daitoku, Juna, slumps her shoulders.
わかんないかな。
It's gotta have something to do with Irene. It was way too dark to venture into, but I bet there's something on the first floor. There has to be. I feel like there's no mistaking it, but I really don't need more trouble, which is why I don't intend on investigating myself.
でもね、ほら、ヤシオくん、この前言ってたでしょ。46秒間のフリーズ。それニュースでやってたよね。うちもあの時ポケコン固まったよ。
It was a bug-like phenomenon that occurred all throughout Japan. The cause is supposedly under investigation, but there's been no
似
follow-up.
たような現象起きてないかなって調べてみたの。そしたら過去にも結構起きてて、例えばこれは東京限定でのことなんだけど、何百万人っていう人数のポケコンに全く同じタイミングで一斉にメールが届くって現象が続発したんだって。
Exactly the same.
同じ人が発信してたりして。個人じゃなかったみたい。緊急地震速報ってあるの知ってる？知ってる。地震が起きる直前になるんだよね。あれと同じ原理なんだって。一 定のエリア内にいる人だけにキャリア会社がその情報を一斉送信するなんて。じゃあ緊急地震速報だったんじゃ。キャリア会社はそれを送ってないの。あれを物理的に送ることができるのはね、キャリア会社だけなのに。だから誰がどうやって送ったのか今も分かってないんだって。警告音は緊急地震速報のものが使われてたらしいんだけど、届いた内容がちょっと怖くて、カゴメカゴメの歌詞だったの。
カゴメどうよ。
Juna lightly nods.
それが1ヶ月くらいの間に10回も20回も来たらしくて。
それいつの話？
Juna gulps as if she's hesitant to answer, then turns her gaze to me. What is it?
2012年の9月と2015年3月。
I know I've seen those dates recently, but where? The Kimijima report. No, there's no goddamn way. It would be ridiculous to force that connection. This is just a coincidence. It's no big deal for this to match up. Now, if it was like 10 or 20 things, sure. There's no way that dead guy's delusion-filled testament is the real deal. Silence. The road in front of my eyes, the only national highway on the island, should have more cars driving by it at this hour, but there are none. The silence surrounding us is deeply discomforting.
さっき話していた46秒間のフリーズですが、
Oddly enough, the one to break the silence is Subaru, who up until now added nothing to the conversation. Didn't he mention going home? He's clearly still hanging around.
電波障害ではなくイルオの不具合が原因かもという議論もあります。
そうなんだ。
追放でそっち関係に詳しい学者とか専門家が独自に調査してるみたいで、イルオは今や全てのポケコンにプリインストールされてますからね。その不具合となれば当然日本中の全員に起きるわけです。
それってイルを削除しちゃえば不具合も起きなくなるのかな。
さあ、そこまでは原因はまだ確定はしてませんから。じゃあ僕は帰りますんで。ジュースごちそうさまでした。
Subaru says without making eye contact with any of us. He then gets on his scooter and zooms off. It happens so fast that we don't have time to react. Played almost an hour while side-eyeing the Club Prez 12-1. Hungry but going to live off water because I have nothing to wear. New member joined. That makes it 4 people. It's heating up. I can bring Pocky or something. You'll still starve off water.
Kai,
It's then that Misuka-san pokes her head out from the store and beckons me over.
ちょっと。
There are no customers inside the store.
ジュンってさ、子供の頃どんなアニメ見てた？サザオエさんとかキテレツ百科事典とか。
Kid Retsu's Book, an anime based on a manga by nationally renowned writer Fujio Fujiko, The story is about a boy who solves problems with a mech doll he created. Since airing in 1988, there have been multiple reruns. Some stations start over at episode 1 whenever the final episode is aired. Sazawa-san, a national anime that airs at 6:30 on Sundays based on a 4-panel manga, a monstrous show that has aired for over 50 years and has, on average, 20% of all viewers watching it when it's on.
うわ普通。
I can hear Akiho and Juna talking outside through the window behind the register. Mizuka-san quietly closes the window.
水香さんのハグは大丈夫？
ああ、暴走事故のこと？なんで知ってんのさ。
ネットじゃその噂で持ちきりだよ。あ、いやごめん。ちょっと大げさに言った。
エグスケの人間は大丈夫だって言ってたけどね。
Mizuka-san shrugs her shoulders a little. She doesn't seem to be concerned.
昨日、宇宙が丘公園に行ってきてよ。
そうですか。
I instantly know what
Mr.
she's
Generic
implying.
Name said, would.
Right? And to be clear, her legs don't work very well, so there might be some complications. But yeah, totally would. Welcome to the stream, Jean. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. This is about Koko, Kimijima, and Irene.
どこでその名前を。
The day before yesterday, when I casually mentioned Ko Kimijima, Mizuka-san was very clearly shaken up.
で、会えた？
いや、
Mizuka-san then shoots a sharp glare at me.
あんた、私を担いだりしてるんじゃないだろうね。
まさか。
Why is she so skeptical?
水香さんを騙すような真似したら後が怖いってことはよーく知ってるからね。人のせいにする前に水香さんこそちゃんとポケコン持っていったわけ？あれがないと愛梨ちゃんは見えないよ。
持って行ったさ。
買ったの？
That's unexpected. Mizuka-san has constantly proclaimed she was an analog girl, despite the phone droid's 90% adoption rate here.
ミッチーに借りてね。
あ、そう。
3時間くらい粘ってみたけど、どこにもいなかった。
Ko Kimijima. And the reason that just mentioning his name was enough to shake Mizuka-san. I heard all about it the day before yesterday.
どこで
え？
どこでその名前を。
何か知ってるわけ？
答えな。どこで君島の名前を。
宇宙が丘公園。廃墟の郷土館の中にさ、君島公って人が書いたらしいテキストデータがあった。
テキストって何さ。
テキストもわかんないの？穴黒人間すぎでしょ。
カイ、今ここでパッションフルーツマンを2個連続で食いたいらしいね。
いや、勘弁してよ。テキストデータは要するに手紙みたいなものだって。
I hurriedly bring up the Kimijima report on my phone droid. Mizuka-san snatches it away from me and reads through the report, her expression deadly serious.
アイリっていう女の子を見たことは？
ああ、ある。水香さん、やっぱなんか知ってるでしょ。
知ってるよ。と言っても、そのレポートに書いてあるような小難しい話じゃない。10年くらい前、私はアイリと会ったことがあるのさ。
10
Mizuka-san's eyes look distant, as if she's remembering the past. But there's no smile on her face, no sense of nostalgia. If anything, she looks kind of sad.
私がまだ高校生の頃で、アイリはミサと友達だった。君島公もね。
I was shocked when I heard all of this the day before yesterday. The last thing I expected was for Irie and Ko Kimijima to be friends with Misani, but at the same time it wasn't all that surprising. Uchugaoka Park is close to both my home and the Sinomiya's home, after all. The three of us would often play at the park when we were kids.
もう一度教えてくれないかい？どうやればアイリを見ることができるのか。
宇宙が丘公園って言っても広いから、行けば絶対に会えるってわけでもないと思うよ。どうもあいつ勝手にフラフラ動いてるらしいし。でも運よく近くにさえいれば。
I boot up IRUO on my phone droid to make things a bit easier to explain.
イルオっていうソフトにちゃんと姿が映るはず。
Don't? Well, there she was. She's here now, apparently. Maybe she's starting to follow us around now? Maybe she's starting to follow us around and that's why she didn't see her. For a second, it felt like my heart stopped beating.
今、あいつ。どうした？
Why? Why is she here? I look around the store through my phone droid. Is she here? But I don't see her anywhere. Was I just seeing things? Or perhaps Irie has been following me around. Maybe there was another Irie here at the general store from the get-go. Either way, the fact that I only saw her for a split second makes her feel like a real
い
ghost.
や、勘弁してくれないかな。おーい、いるんでしょ？ちょっと出てきてくれないかな。
You upped my heart gauge. BTW, I like Pocky. I also like people who give me Pocky. Hi everyone. Make sure you always say hello. Even if you are strong, if you can't properly greet someone, you are no true winner. A promise from Mr. Pleiades. Since now we have 4 members, maintenance will take a quarter of the time. Your logic is flawed because 2 of the members have absolutely no interest in helping you, so... What did I do? I joined the club. I just started watching Robo 1. Can we hurry and get a thin book from Mr. Pleiades? I mean, I have a feeling you could probably get him to do some real life cosplay. He's at the same school as you, so hmm. Since we now have 4 members, attaching the servo motor might get easier. Since we now have 4 members, Mizuka might get mad at all the scooters we park in front of the Erie General Store we visit after club activities. Pleiades is the bottom, but I can't pick the right partner. Maekawa-kun from the last tournament is too gross for me. Well, clearly you should pair him with his robot. I mean, an operator and his robot is an intimate relationship, right? You control the robot and you fight with it. Obviously. Plus, his robot's good at throwing moves, so he's really good at the wall slam. I mean, throwing moves, yeah. Plus, I think I made that younger male student mad. No, he's just an angry guy overall. Maybe I should have joined. Club president looked very happy, but should I probably say that I'm going to quit? If I do, then the club president might get sad. Welcome, it'll be fun. You don't have to worry about anything. We're happy that you joined. Since now we have 4 members, we can do a 4-machine combination, but 4 is kind of unsatisfactory. Plus, there isn't a famous 4-unit combine robot. If we can get one more, it will reach the aspired 5-unit combine. Let's combine. Okay, thanks for today. Hidaka-kun looked like he was mad. He is always like that. He's always like that. Don't worry about it. Consider yourself captured. Take it easy. Once you're made aware of her existence, there's no putting her back in the box. That's why it pisses me off so much. It's too late to wish I had never noticed her. No matter how much we try to stay out of each other's way, ultimately she's still there. No pretending changes that.
それはアイリンに話してるんでしょうか？
I hear her voice. As long as my phone droid isn't in sleep mode, I can hear Irie's voice even if I can't see her. It actually gives me the chills. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't be surprised if something like this got created as a virus and erased.
アイリちゃんさ、聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
お兄ちゃんってまた呼んでもいいですか？
勝手にしてよ。
じゃあお兄ちゃん。
Her joyful tone kinda irks me.
お兄ちゃんがまた話してくれるなんてアイリは嬉しいです。お話とは何でしょう？お天気の話ですか？明日7月12日の鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方のお天気は。
天気の話はいい。
そうですか。
君さ、さっき慰霊商店にいたでしょ。
はい。
She admitted to it.
最近はお兄ちゃんに連れられてあちこち行きました。学校とか旧空港とか慰霊商店とかお兄ちゃんのお家とかです。なんだか遠足みたいで楽しかったです。
Her words are so innocent that they sound like they're from a grade school or summer vacation diary.
つまり、ずっと俺についてきてたってこ
ついていったんじゃなくて関連付けされているんです。
と？関連付け？
レポートファイルにです。
She's attached to the report file. What's that supposed to mean? She's got to be talking about the Kimijima report from the other day. So does that mean the supposed ghost in the cave is not the same girl? Or can she just float between different reports? Wait, where did that power mark disappear? Well, you downloaded it, so I guess it's now on you or something. I don't see it through IRUO.
まさか俺のポケコンにレポートが移動した？
That's what it sounds like.
はい、そうなるみたいです。
本気で言ってる？あれってオリジナルデータなの？それをクリックしただけで移動しちゃうの？コピーじゃなく？
はい。
She looks lost. I'm guessing she doesn't understand. Time to call out Geiji ni. I tap on the iRead displayed on my phone droid for a few seconds.
アクセスを確認しました。ゲジネモードに移行します。
今までの話は聞いてた？
把握しています。
で、コピーじゃなく移動って本当？
はい、カット&ペーストとなります。
レポートに関連付けられてた愛梨ちゃんは？
ヤシオさんのポケコンに移動しました。
マジか、聞いてないよ。
This feels like one big trap. I really should have just walked away after Geiji ni told me the password.
レポートファイルのすべてにアイリが関連付けられています。イルをマッピング中でのアノテーションに限定した場合、該当レポートファイル設置地点から半径 109.3 メートルの範囲内をアイリは移動可能です。
俺がレポートファイルを持ったまま移動した場合は？
レポートファイルの場所は GPS により追跡されています。移動した場合、該当のアイリも同じように移動します。
So basically, Irie is being dragged along by the file in my possession, meaning she's stuck to me. In that case, I gotta remove this girl app from my phone droid ASAP. Otherwise, Irie will be visible on my phone droid 24/7. Plus, I don't think I can handle hearing her voice at all times. In class, when I'm asleep, in the
レ
bathroom.
ポートファイルを移動させたい方法を教えてよ。
通常のアプリと同じ操作で実行可能です。ホーム画面に表示されているレポートファイルナンバー1のアイコンを操作してください。コピー、カット、 ペースト、削除ができます。
オリジナルデータなら削除できちゃまずいんじゃない？誰が手に入れるかわからなかったのに。
パスワードによるプロテクトがかかっていました。ゲストユーザーはファイルを削除できません。
ああ、そうだったよ、そうだった。
I was only able to access it because for some reason, Irie gave me the password. This really feels like a setup.
俺が誤って消しちゃったらどうするの？
削除した場合、ID およびゲジネームを削除されます。
やっぱりそうなるよね。
Apparently, there are other Iries, so I don't really mind deleting her, but I hesitate since it's the original data. I mean, this thing is like Kokimijima's last will and testament. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth if I just got rid of it, which means I should just return it to its original location instead.
ペーストする場合はどうやるの？
イルを起動中にドラッグすれば好きな場所に貼り付けられます。
Drag, computer lingo for one way of maneuvering the mouse, moving files by holding down the mouse cursor.
コピーしたら愛梨ちゃんも2人になる？
いいえ、オリジナルのレポートファイルの移動にIDは引きずられます。コピーにはついていきません。
Then perfect. That's settled. I search for the file on my phone droid, simultaneously launch IRUO, and drag the file out.
どう？
レポートファイルナンバー1はドラッグされた場所に移動しました。位置情報、北緯30度40分、東経130度90分。
よしと。
Now I don't have to drag an AR girl around with me wherever I go. I feel like I've been exorcised of an evil spirit or something.
ちなみに愛梨ちゃんさ、変なウイルスのキャリアになってたりしないよね。レポートにアクセスする人間に片っ端からウイルスを伝染してるとかやめてくれよ。タチが悪すぎる。
該当する ID およびゲジネーについては自己診断によりウイルス感染は確認されていません。
だったら一安心。
Assuming Keiji Ni isn't lying, do AIs even lie? What a stupid question. Maybe I'm unconsciously treating Irie like a human being since she can't talk like a human. There are all sorts of apps just like this. They're pretty popular even. I've bought a few in the past, but I would always get tired of them after, like, a week. Anyhow, I hold my finger down on Irie's face.
ゲジネーを終了します。お兄ちゃん、お天気知りたいですか？それともこれでお別れですか？
Like an on-off switch, she's back to normal. Her tone and expression are kind of sad and lonely looking. She certainly knows how to pander. But I won't be fooled. Plenty of other apps do this too. Plus, I have more important business. I asked her about the one other thing I wanted to
愛
confirm.
梨ちゃんさ、ミサ姉のこと知ってる？
ミサネって何ですか？
人の名前、瀬宮美咲。
美咲のことなら知ってます。お友達です。
へえ。
Mizuka-san was telling the truth.
最近あった？
いいえ、美咲は今のお兄ちゃんみたいに愛梨のことを置いていっちゃいました。
何それ、皮肉？だとしたら随分高度な AI だな。
愛梨は頭はいい方です。
For reasons beyond me, she looks happy. It's these oddly human bits of her that makes me mad.
ミサ姉とは一緒に遊んだりしたわけ？
お話をしてくれました。その日、学校であったことやお友達の話が多かったです。水香、恵子、光彦、雄一、メイ、高 の話もよく聞きました。カイトとゲームをした話もしていました。
俺のことを？
美咲はいつもお兄ちゃんをゲームでコテンパンにしていると言ってました。ですよね。
ですよ。
Why did she have to bring up my childhood trauma? Yeah, it's true that Misa-ni used to body me at games when I was a kid. But you know, I would get so happy when I did win that I would jump all over the place. Now's not the time to go on a trip down memory lane.
他にはミサ姉と何してた？
お話ばっかりです。どこかに遊びに行くことはなかったです。
どんな話？
さっき言いましたよ。その日、学校であったことやお友達の話、カイトの話。
それじゃ普通すぎる。
普通すぎない友達とはどんな友達ですか？
いや、それは
I feel like the fact that Irie is such a unique existence is itself not ordinary. But as far as she's told me, they only chat like friends would. Did Misani really treat this AI app like an actual friend? Didn't Mizuka-san say something along those lines?
アイリはミサと友達だった。
When I mentioned Ko Kimijimi's name, Mizuka-san looked deeply worried. I thought maybe something had happened.
じゃあ君島公は何者なの？
この前、ゲジネが説明しました。
アイリちゃんにとってはどんな人だったわけ？
マスターはマスターです。アイリはマスターの手で生み出されました。
Master. So is he sort of like her father? I wonder what it must feel like to be chained to your father's will for 10 years. Crap. Not again. I'm letting her human-like appearance drive my thoughts. She's just an AI. Thinking about this is pointless. AIs don't have feelings. They're just digital beings.
でもなんで君島公はここにレポートを置いたんだろう？
Even 10 years ago, this place wasn't already an abandoned mess. There's no way he was expecting anyone to come here. So maybe he didn't want the file to be very visible. But even then, this is a pretty lackluster hiding spot. Since it's abandoned, there's pretty much no security.
音だ。
I can hear the fax-like sound again. It's extremely faint. But thanks to the quietness of this nighttime park, as long as I keep my breathing to a minimum, I can hear it. What the hell is it? This whole building is full of mysteries. If I don't get to the bottom of this, I'll never be able to game here in peace, especially when it comes to what's at the bottom of those stairs. What could it be?
やっぱりこの先はやばいって。
The staircase leads down to the first floor of the building. I stand in front of it and can't help but groan. It's impossible to see down there. There are plenty of pitch black spots on the island, but this feels different.
お兄ちゃんは暗いのは嫌いですか？
暗いだけじゃなくて不気味なんだって。
わかりました。嫌いというより怖いんですね。
I mean, I guess she's right, but still.
この下って何があるの？
変なものです。
は？
ピピープーっていう音を出してます。
The dial tone. So the cause of that sound is down here.
誰かがいたりする？
いないと思います。
何そのと思いますって。いる時もあるってこと？
わかんないです。
What's with these endlessly vague answers?
今はいる？いない？
いないと思います。
Stream
Whatever.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I take a deep breath, steel my resolve, and step toward the darkness. Once I reach the bottom of the stairs, I can hear a low-frequency, machine-like sound. It's a wee bit different from the dial-up
お
tone.
兄ちゃんは探検が好きなんですか？
My nose is feeling irritated, probably from all the dust. Not to mention there's a super strong stench. I really hope there aren't any dead rats or cats lying around. I almost trip over some junk and fall on my face.
危ね
危ないんですか？何がです？
え。愛梨ちゃんってこういう暗闇状態だと普通の人間と同じように何にも見えなくなっちゃうわけ？
屋内だと見えないです。
どういうこと？
愛理の目は色を使っていますので、色でマッピングされているところなら愛理も見えますけど、屋内だと何にも見えません。
It's true that the virtual world viewer installed in IRUO doesn't map the insides of buildings. If that function is utilized as her eyes, then it's no surprise that Irie becomes
っ
blind.
てことはこの強度感の中でも何にも見えてないってこと？
はい。
使えないな。
I end up relying on my own vision and the weak light from the phone droid to proceed.
何が開きましたか？
I hit a dead end in the path and literally smash my face against a wall. I light up the area in front of me as I rub my aching nose. That's when I realize it's not a
ド
wall.
アだ。
Wait, is it? Yeah, it looks like a door to me. I don't see any knobs on this metal object, but it also looks way too out of place to be a wall in an abandoned building like this. This one spot looks brand new.
愛梨ちゃん、この中入れる？
この中とはどこですか？愛理にはお兄ちゃんが何をしているか見えていないです。
That's right. Does that mean even Irie has never been inside here before? Well, either way, how am I going to get in? There's nowhere to hold on to. Plus, I don't even know if I'm supposed to push, pull, or slide the thing. I try pushing it to start with, but it doesn't budge. I then lightly strike it with my hand. It doesn't sound very thin. One of the windows on the first floor was sealed with a metal plate. Judging by the relative location, this might be that room. Given how tightly it was sealed up, getting in from the outside is no good, which means this has to be it. Maybe I should summon Geijini and ask her. Can I even find Irie in this darkness? Oh,
パスワード。
a geotag in plain sight. If I put in the right password, the door will open. This sure seems like a familiar situation. Back then, Geijini gave me the password without having to ask for it. One that definitely wasn't supposed to leak. A part of me was hoping she would do the same thing again, but she stays silent. You know what? I got nothing to lose. Let's try the password from the other day. I believe it was Hidden Hand. Enter. The door opened. Something is off. This is just a random room in an abandoned building in the sticks. What is this? The window sealed with a metal plate. The door itself is sealed with a digital lock. I almost forget where I am for a moment. It's like this place is connected to another world or something. The door opened via the Hidden Hand password, which means this place was built by the person who put the report file here. Ko Kimijima. He's undoubtedly involved with all this. Despite the windows being closed in the middle of summer, the room is unnaturally cool. There's no ceiling light, but the red glow helps me get a feel for the room. I just stand at the entrance breathing heavily. It feels like if I make the slightest of noises, I'll be caught by some unknown force. This room, I don't know why, but it makes me tremendously uncomfortable. It's obvious to me that this place is weird, but I can't put a finger on why it creeps me out so much. It's weird, sure, but beneath that weirdness is this further layer of something unsettling. A cold sweat drips down my back. Before I know it, my cheeks are soaked in sweat. The first thing that catches my eye is a mysterious device in the center of the room. It's fairly large, taking up most of the space in the small room. The thing is almost as tall as the ceiling. It's got quite the presence, and it's running to boot. The low-frequency humming noise proves it. The LCD screen on it is lit, and there are blue LED lights lit up too. LED. Light-emitting diode, a semiconductor that lights up when an electric current runs through it, has a longer lifespan than an incandescent bulb. It looks like a giant copy machine, but the numbers and flags displayed on the screen are clearly out of place. I should stay away from that thing. My instincts are screaming at me. This is on a whole different level than Irie or even the Kimijima report I stumbled upon. Why, you ask? Because who in the world is supplying electricity to this device located in a room of an abandoned building? This is actually genuinely absurd. Wasn't this place supposed to be abandoned? Why is there electricity? The Robot Club's hangar doesn't even have electricity. But that's because the hangar was abandoned. Of course it doesn't have a current. So either the electric company screwed up, or this place only looks abandoned and is being used for something else. What the hell is this place? Completely baffled, I look away from the machine. That's when I realize something. The reason I feel so uncomfortable. The digital lock, the strange machine, the running power. It's all weird and surreal. But that's not why. That's not why I feel uncomfortable in this room. In the corner of the room is an old wooden table with a foldable chair. That's the cause. Sitting on the table is something terribly unusual. I initially thought it was an old PC or something, but its shape is too weird for that. It's about the same size as the toolbox we use at club. On either side of its black form are speakers. There are several buttons sitting on its top. Is it some kind of cassette player? An audio playback device that used cassette tapes? Popular till the 90s. I think Dad's old one is still in storage. Boldly sitting in front of the cassette player is a mic stand. It would make sense to think it was placed there to capture whatever audio came out of the cassette player. This is creeping me out. More than the generator-looking machine, and more than the digitally locked door. This cassette player, mic, and folding chair all suggest one thing. Someone has been here. Someone placed this cassette player and mic there, then put down a chair to sit on. Who? Sure, both the door and machine are undoubtedly man-made and put there by a real person, but this mystery person's unsettling presence comes through stronger from the cassette player and mic. I feel like throwing up. I want to get out of here ASAP. If I get any more stressed out, I could risk getting an attack. But I also can't afford to leave without checking the player. Why? Because I realize there's a tape in its tape deck. I've read online that people used to record things on cassette tapes and listen to them. Long before I was born, anyway. And as if I had been pulled in by the unseen, I had already pressed the play button. The cassette tape begins to turn. No sound. Why does it work? Well, I confirmed there's a power cord coming from it plugged into an outlet. There really is power here. And then all of a sudden, the Kagome Kagome melody begins filling the air of this once quiet room. Something about it is off, distorted. I listen closely.
警告音は緊急地震速報のものが使われてたらしいんだけど、届いた内容がちょっと怖くて、カゴメカゴメの歌詞だったの。
I think back on my conversation with Juna from a few hours ago. This has to be a coincidence, right? I doubt Juna knows anything about this room, and I find it hard to believe that she led me here. But this is all too much to just be identical. The more I think about it, the more unsettled I become. I could think about this for hours on end, but I doubt I would reach an
愛梨ちゃ
answer.
んいる？
I look over to the generator-like machine again. Now that I've seen it, I can't just ignore it. I want to curse my own stupidity. Why in the world did I come here? This is all because I couldn't let sleeping dogs lie. The moment I ran into Irie, I was doomed to come
さ
here.
っき言ってたピーガガガって音の発信源はこの装置なの？
アイリはピーガガガなんて言ってないですよ。ピピープーです。
そんなニュアンスの違いはどうでもいいんだけど、その装置がこれなの？
これってどれですか？アイリは見えてないです。
機械だよ、でっかいやつ。
変なものならきっとそうです。
Looks weird. You gotta give me more to go on than that. That's way too vague.
だったらゲジ姉に聞く。
はい、そうしてください。
Irie's glancing around aimlessly. I guess she can't tell where I'm standing. Without warning, I tap her so as to avoid any further pointless bantering.
アクセスを確認しました。ゲジネモードに移行します。
旧南種町郷土館の1階に封鎖された部屋があった。君に教えてもらったパスワードで開く部屋だ。そこにある機械は一体何なの？
エギシステムです。
Geichi Ni once again reveals the truth to me without any hesitation.
エギ？
特定の周波数の音をレーダーから宇宙に向けて照射する装置です。
ピーガー音。
レーダーに1メートルまで近づけば誰でも聞くことができます。あまり目立ちませんが。
Radar. Is she talking about that one metal tower nearby?
あのレーダーって JAXA のだよね。宇宙が丘観測所のものと同じ。
違います。
違う？じゃあどこ？
管轄としては不明です。
不明って何それ？
エギシステムは10年以上管理者不在のまま作動しています。マスターの死亡とともに管轄は宙に浮きました。
Master. Ko Kimijima, I'm assuming.
じゃあ君島公が作ったのは事実なの？
はい、
作った人が死んだのに動き続けてるなんておかしいでしょ。電気代は？
電気代。
誰かが電気代を払ってなきゃ電気は止められるじゃないか。
はい、
誰がそのお金を？
ゲジネーは把握していません。
イルオの会社とか？
幸せ 4U エギシステム構築には関わっていません。
Well then. So Ko Kimijima is the sole creator.
誰が払ってるか調べることは？
ゲジネーは検索エンジンではありません。特定ワードに関する情報収集ボットです。検索はヤシオさん自身でどうぞ。
ああ、そう。
Time to get out of here. If I stay any longer, I really am going to hurl. As soon as I get outside, I take a deep breath. My shirt is soaked in sweat. The evening breeze feels cold because of how moist I am. I sit in place and start talking to Geijini again.
太陽に向かってピーガー音を発信したら何が起こる？
ピーガーではなくピピーブーだと愛理は認識しています。
どっちでもいい。
Why does she have to be so particular about the details?
マスターは太陽に対して有益さ、有害さの両面から非常に注目していました。もちろん太陽嵐は地球全体に影響を及ぼす災いと言えますが、それと同時に極大活動期に入った太陽は魅力的で宝の山だと発言しています。
なんでいきなりスポークスマンみたいに語り出したわけ？
愛理がマスターと過ごした時間はそれほど長くありません。故に保存してあるマスターの言葉もまた多くはないのです。それらの言葉を愛理およびゲジネーは自立行動の指針としています。
There's a program running to make them sound like they trust their father. Autonomous, but there is an end goal. Is the end goal the Kimijima reports in this EGI system?
君島公はこの島で何をやろうとしたわけ？
機密事項です。
君島公はどうして死んだの？
マスターは殺されました。
Her response is so straight to the point that I nearly miss it. He was murdered? She really just said that.
誰に？
該当データは削除されています。
Deleted? You gotta be kidding me. Irie is part of IRUO, so the only ones who can delete Irie's backup data is the company in charge. Happiness for you. Are they behind this? Was it some kind of internal strife like what you see on the news? No, that can't be all of it. This is getting crazy. The things written in the Kimijima report are starting to feel more and more real. The report that once looked like the conspiracy ravings of a con artist. If all of it is true, if Ko Kimijima was murdered because of that report, what in the world is going on in Tanigashima? The intercom's been ringing nonstop for a while now. As a NEET, it's my prerogative to just ignore it. But I'm so depressed that it actually pissed me off this time. I head to the rooftop. Or not. I munch through 3 whole sticks of Pocky, strawberry flavor, and grab my phone droid off the
ボット
sofa.
オン。
Bots are 2D AI characters that I made. I'm pretty proud of their current conversation level. I use Genki for casual conversations and Rosetta for schedule management.
フライ、誰か客が来たみたいだぜ。
対応しないと良くないですよ。
めんどくさい。
フラウ、あなたは49時間31分食事をとっていません。
今ポッキー食べてるし。
お前の体重なんて誰も気にしてないって。本当だぞ。
ボット元気くんうるさい。
元気を終了するか？
しない。
Doesn't seem like they'll let me off the hook.
ロゼッタ、インターホンカメラ表示。
A new window opens on my phone droid's screen, displaying a video of the front entrance. A young man in glasses stands there. He has sharp facial features. He's wearing a Central Tanigashima High uniform.
メガネ男子って燃えるよね。
鼻息荒いぜ。
当然ですが、ただし私の邪魔しようとする三次元メガネ男子、てめえはダメだ。
The same guy showed up yesterday and the day before. Even after slamming the door in his face twice, he still has the nerve to pop up out of nowhere.
音声つなげて。
スピーカーをオンにいたしますね。
ストーカーは帰れ。
あ、日高スバルだ。せめて話ぐらい聞いてくれないか。
通報しますと。
110番に通報しちゃうか。
しない。
I don't mean any of that, but it works on most guys. The boy's gloomy face vanishes from my screen.
私の方が人気か。
笑顔でいれば元気は自然と出てくるぜ。
無理ぽ。
Isn't he a little too persistent?
フラ誰か客が来たみたいだぜ。
対応しないと良くないですよ。
スルーした。
フラ出ないのか。出ようぜ。
お待たせするとせっかく来ていただいたのに帰ってしまわれますよ。
だってあいつ絶対に許さない。絶対にだ。
フラ呼んでるって。
ロゼッタ、インターホンカメラ表示。
表示いたしますね。
ガチで通報したい件について。
悪かったな。粘着質な性格で。
意味不なんですけど。
Looks like I'm not the only one freaking
フ
out.
ルゴーリの作ったキルバラのプログラムについて話がある。
詐欺の匂いがプンプン。
うまい話には必ず裏があるから乗ったらダメですよ。お父様より同様の忠告を受けましたよね。134日前です。
僕の身分ははっきりしているだろう。フルゴーリのクラスメイトなんだから。
割とどうでもいい。
中央種子島高校情報処理科2年1組の名簿を表示しますか。
名前プリーズ。
さっき名乗っただろ。日高スバルだ。
該当者ございましたよ。出席番号24番。
友達のことは大切にな。
ぼっと死ね。
I'm on my last nerves. In order to suppress my anger, I chomp down on 5 Pocky Sticks strawberry at once. These are hard to eat like
その
this.
ヘラガが何の用か3行で。
は？
何の用か説明する。
そうか。じゃあ聞いてくれ。僕はロボ部に所属してる。フルゴーリはヤシオ先輩とは知り合いだろ。
ヤシオって誰？
ヤシオカイト様だと推測するならば9日前7月3日にお会いしました。
ああ、海上司。でも3行でまとまってない。どういうことなの？
ヘルプを出しますか。
出さない。
何をブツブツ言ってるんだ。
独り言ですが何か。
I attempt to munch down on another stick of Pocky, but the box is empty. I want to click my tongue.
で、海上司が何ぞ。
海少子。
ヤシオカイトのことに決まってるでしょ、上皇。
I wish he would stop questioning everything I say. It's making me nervous. I accidentally called Yashioshi by his full name. Oh well.
話の続きプリーズ。
ああ。今度先輩と一緒にロボアン世界大会に出る。そのためにフルゴーリにプログラムを作ってほしい。
友達の望みは自分の望みだ。
だが断る。と思ったわけだが、やっぱ今の取り消し、交換条件的な意味で。
交換条件。
全裸撮影会。あ、メガネだけは装備で、もちろんお主が取られる方なんで。
は？人が嫌がることをするやつは幸せにはなれないぞ。
ボットンマジ大きなお世話すぎ。
まともに話もできないのか。
じゃあ海彰子連れてきて。あの人がチーター狩り引き受けてくれるなら。
プログラムを書いてくれるんだな。
書く。
分かった。また来る。
モニター終了。
切りますね。
I throw my phone droid onto the sofa. I breathe outward, all the while wiping the sweat off of my cheeks with my hand. Even though the AC is on full blast, it's still super hot.
鬱だしね。
I'm not good at talking to people, which sucks because I can talk to bots just fine.
というわけで
Duh. Internet slang to point out the obvious, mostly used by high schoolers. Even high schoolers. Akiho raises a bottle skull high above her
新
head.
しくフルゴーリコナがロボ部員になりました。拍手。
Subaru, Juna, and I follow orders and start clapping.
主役の新入部員がなんで来てないの？
その名前で呼ぶなと何度言えば。部長先輩は絶対に許さない。絶対にだ。
Akiho decided to throw Furugori Kona, real name Frau Kojiro, a welcome party. But the guest of honor isn't actually here. Instead, she's participating via phone conference. What a
電
nightmare.
話じゃなくてハンガーまで来てってしつこく言ったのに、歩いて3分もかからないでしょ。
自宅警備員なめんな。
もうなんで新入部員の下級生はこうも生意気な子ばっかりなの？今のスバルに向けても言ってますんで。
先輩が不甲斐ないからだと何度言えば気が済むんです。
ほら、そういうところだよ。落ち着いて、瀬宮さん。
The robot club members have all gathered at the hangar on a Saturday of all days. Akiho's already explained why. Yesterday, pretty much out of nowhere, it was decided that Kojiro Frau would be joining our club.
まさかコナちゃんがロボ部に。
僕としてはプログラムを書いてもらうだけでよかったんですが。
I agreed to be M45's operator under the condition that I could use KB's control system. In some weird twist of fate, after Subaru begged Frau to cooperate, I ended up becoming a KB cheater hunter. And so I told her that in exchange she would have to join the robot club. She accepted my conditions, no
う
problem.
ちらがロボワンであそこまでやれたのはコナがプログラムを作ってくれたからでしょ。そのコナが入部してくれたわけだから、お礼も兼ねて歓迎会開いたらこれだよ。
だからコナっていうのやめてあげてよ。
そこまで嫌がらなくてもいいのに。じゃあフラウボーって呼んじゃうよ。
大丈夫だ。問題ない。
いいの？
そんなことより一度フルゴーリとはきちんと打ち合わせをしたいですね。 M45 の特性を理解してそれに見合った最適なプログラムを組んでほしいので。
だが断る。
ヤシオ先輩がチータ狩りをするって交換条件は飲んだだろう。
私は私の気に入ったものしか作らない。キリ。
僕の M45 は気に入らないっていうつもりか。
種菓子マシンさんは古いけどいいマシンってことだよ。
約束を破るつもりならヤシオ先輩のチータ狩りについてもなかったことにさせてもらうが。
ねえ、メガネのロボとヤシオ先輩のロボってどう違う？
見た目も違うし性能も違う、戦い方もだ。
そういうのよくわからんし、興味もないよ。
スターラプターとゴルドバリアンの機体性能差だと思えばちょうどいいよ。
Bolt Valiant, one of the robots that appears in Gun Barrel and Gun Barrel Kill Ballad Online, piloted by Guy Cohen, the main character's friend, a super heavy type car trooper. Star Raptor, the name of a robot from Mobile Battler Gun Barrel and Gun Barrel Kill Ballad Online, piloted by Mimi Yumigahara, the main character's friend, a speedy car trooper with a sword.
今ので分かった。ヒットアンダーウェイの小柄なタイプとパワー重視の接近専用タイプだね。
Akiho, familiar with the Gun Barrel anime, understands what I'm getting at immediately. So, of course, Frau, the sole creator of Kill Ballad, understands as well.
じゃあそれイメージして勝手に作る。
待ってくれ。だから打ち合わせをしようと言ってるじゃないか。
さては変態ですな。
は？
引っ越してきたばっかなのにクラスメート男子を部屋に入れるとか、それなんてエロゲ。
Okay, just a few minutes ago you were telling him you would do it for a naked session. I mean, come on now. You're the one that's the perv, I mean.
むしろヤシオ先輩の部屋にそこのメガネが泊まり込めばいいじゃない。そうすればいろいろはかどるぞ。腐ってる的な意味で。うわっ、オッケー。
ああ？何を言ってるんだ？
腐る？全然わかんない。
Every now and then Frau uses some odd language. None of us understand her archaic vocabulary and net slang.
としてはメガネ、ヤシオ先輩の一択だろう兆候。色は認めない。
And now she's mumbling to herself.
スバル君さ、コナちゃんは引きこもりだからきっと外には出てこないと思うよ。
確かに学校だって初日に早退して以来一度も来てませんが。
で、俺たちが押しかけるのも嫌っぽいなら、細かい要望は電話でして、あとは勝手にやってもらうしかないでしょ。
電話よりメールが追加で。
そんなアバウトで大丈夫ですかね？
私にできるのはベースとなるシステムだけだし、そこからどう調整するかそっちでやるべきじゃね。
OS は渡すからカスタマイズは勝手にやれっていうことか。そういうことなら。
ねえ、部長抜きで話進めないでほしいんだけど。部長ってら空気。というわけで私は落ちるんで。おっつー。
And just like that, she's gone.
なんかうちあの子のこと苦手かも。スバルより扱いにくそう。
僕は部長に扱われるつもりはありません。
そういうところが扱いにくいって言ってるんだよ。とりあえず乾杯しとこう。乾杯。
Akiho raises the skull she had been holding in her hand up into the air and chugs it.
スコール。
Akiho's the only one to make a big show of things. In fact, Subaru and I had already sipped from our
で
drinks.
もなんだかロボ部ってすごいね。すごい？何が？だって才能ある人がほとんどでしょ。日高くんとヤシオくんはロボワンの優勝と準優勝だし、フルボーリさんはすごいゲームを作った人だし、私なんか取り柄といえば都市伝説に詳しいくらいだから、ちょっと気遅れしちゃうかな。そっか、すごい人ばっかり。なんかたぎってきた。
なんでアキちゃんがたぎるのさ。その3人中人格に問題ありなのが3人いるけど。
I'm including myself.
でもすごい。
そこは否定しないよ。
Yep, still including myself.
すごい人が集まればすごいものが生まれるの。
By the way, Akiho still hasn't noticed that Juna didn't include her on her list of super talented people. Granted, Akiho's not exactly talented, so I get it.
というわけでホビーロボもいいけどガンツク1の方も全力投球でいこう。とりあえずそのすごい人だらけのロボ部全員でスペースアメ車に乗り込むべき。スポンサーになってくださいってアピールするの。明日とかどう？
僕は遠慮します。お金には困ってませんので。
俺スペース飴がタダでもらえるなら行ってもいいよ。
でも私はすごい人じゃないし。
Frau, of course, doesn't respond. She would just get Frau to give you the money. Akiho's passion dissolves into the air after she fails to get anyone else fired up.
それじゃあジュンよろしく。なんでロボ部の未来はジュンにかかってるの。普段通りでいいからお願い。
そんなこと言われても。
というわけでロボ部員大徳純奈によるインパクトある空手の奥義スーパーなんだっけ。
スーパーリンピー。
スーパーリンペイです。
I came here all fired up and ready to get a sponsorship, but June is the only one who came with me. Kai is here, but he found an all-you-can-eat candy section in the lobby and won't step foot outside of it. As for Subaru and Fraubo, they didn't even call. After explaining our club's glorious history of highs and lows, we were turned down because we lacked impact. But today was going to be different. Today they would see our true potential, or at least that was the plan. June's voice is overshadowed by the sexual harassment parakeet. The CEO is pretty fit, and since Michi is a PE teacher, I figured it might make sense to do something. Well, I could see that being the case, but you need to do something else specifically. The problem is that the first time I saw June do karate, impact was not the word that came to mind. Honestly, she looked super weak. Might as well pack it up.
ありがとうございました。
インパクト。これよ。これこそわしが求めとったインパクトじゃ。大徳さんと言ったかの。君我が社のキャンペーンガールをやってみんか。
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. I didn't think the CEO was looking for a weak woodland creature like June.
読み違えた。完全に読み違えてた。
But hey, all's well that ends well. I can't screw this up.
社長、これこそがロボ部です。
I state as proudly as humanly possible.
本当にあれでよかったのかな。
On the way home, I had Kai wait for us outside while June and I went to the empty field. I figured I would talk to her a bit since she was feeling down about her performance. Things went amazing with Space Candy. They've agreed to fund for us 100,000 yen every month from August to February as our sponsor. And it is 1800, friends, so unless someone redeems, that will be the end for today. We will be continuing this tomorrow. Maybe I will see you guys then. Give me a moment to evaluate our raid options. Unless, of course, somebody wants to redeem for a specific raid. Okay, yeah, that one will work well. We have someone to raid, so feel free to copy the raid message in one manner or another. Stay safe, friends. Good night, Jean. Stay safe, friend.